What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It's Sunday, the 31st of May 2026. We are here at the Kaagbaan, runway 24, in use for departures right now. Transition phase runway use is what I would describe it. Kaagbaan is also in use for departures to the north. Wind is from the west-ish, insofar as it is blowing, because it is nearly completely wind still where I'm standing. Quite warm actually. Arrivals take place on runway 27, and that's usually the runway use that they employ when the wind is changing from north to south or vice versa. When I arrived here, the runway was still in use for arrivals. I think the wind is going to be changing a little. With runway 36 left also in use for outbound traffic, this runway is now quote-unquote the eastmost runway. Means that everything departing to the east will be taking this runway, at least for the time being. Maybe later in the morning the Amsterdam will also start being used for departures, but right now it's bound to the north, which means that all the wide bodies going to the Americas will be leaving via that runway. Runway 27 in use for arrivals is only runway right now. Dreamliner in the background. Is that Air Canada? I think it might be. Oh, firefighters are also present. Showering the Dreamliner. Yeah. That's Air Canada, alright. Bank robber livery. And that's one of the airplanes coming this way to be taking off. That must be KLM Flight 1629 to Venice, or is that 1503 to Madrid? No, because that's the latter is an A321neo and this was a 737. National is leaving by the looks of it and is... Oh, huh? Oh no, they're pushing it back. Yeah, so it is going to be leaving. It is in the process of getting pushed back. National, what runway has it been assigned to? I fear Kaagbaan. But am I incorrect? I hope I am. With this one, I hope I am. Either way, a very good morning to everybody who joined already. Marja, goedenavond. Good to see you again. Hope you had a great day. Wolfgang, goedemorgen kerel. Good morning, Servus. And welcome to the show, everybody else who joined in the meantime. Hope you're doing well. Happy Sunday. I see that Captain Jerry is in the chat, coming in with a bang, gifting 10 memberships. Really incredible. Jerome, you really didn't have to do that, mate. Thank you so much, though. So early on in the chat, already 10 gifted memberships. A warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge to the new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Captain Jerry if you are one of the recipients of his gifted memberships. Jerome, thank you so much, mate. Really, you didn't have to do that. Thank you so much. Warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge to the new members. Hope everybody is doing well. I see that my chat window is now hicking up because I had to scroll up, so I'm going to reload the page. That usually does the trick. Yep, that does do the trick in getting everything back. Yes, I'm back at the bottom of the chat. Now, Mark H, mate. We haven't seen any airplanes other than the National 747, and again 10 more gifted memberships. Incredible, Mark. Really, you didn't have to do that. Thank you so much, though. A warm welcome to the recipients of Mark H's gifted memberships as well. 10 of them. Have fun with the custom emojis and enjoy the membership. You have it for a month. Have fun with it. Don't forget to say thanks to whoever gifted you a membership if you are the recipient of a gifted membership. Mark and Jerome, thank you both so much. Incredible generosity so early on in the stream already. We haven't even properly begun, and already we have 20 gifted members. Well, everybody has a gift. But not everybody has received a gifted membership. KLM Flight 1503 to Madrid. Mats is also back in the chat and he is celebrating 17 months of membership with no accompanying text, but a membership anniversary nonetheless. 17 months and counting. Mats, morning mate, thank you so much for your ongoing support. I hope that the membership is still to your liking. If not, do let me know what you feel needs to be improved and let me see what I can do to make things better for you and the other members. 17 months and counting. Congratulations, Mats, and thank you so much for the ongoing support. Now, also a thanks to Captain Jerry for his super chat. More gifted memberships. Mate, stop it. You already did more than enough last month with all the memberships you gifted then. More gifted memberships indeed, yeah. Thank you so much, Jerome, for the super chat. You really didn't have to wrap that message in a super chat for that. You didn't have to do that. EastJet on its way out. Narrow bodies for the time being. Looking on flight radar, the wide bodies to the Americas are going to be going to the Polderbaan, unfortunately. Now, I've lost the whereabouts of the National 747. It didn't cross the runway yet, did it? Don't think it did. Where on earth did it go to? Sure, it can't have disappeared all of a sudden. Hey, is that is the 80 years retro livery, isn't it? Cathay Cargo. Isn't that the Cathay Cargo 80 years, the green tail? I think it is. Now, I'm not sure what's going on here. I see gifted memberships by Jay Ramey. I see 5 gifted memberships by Stefan Tudor. I see 5 gifted memberships by Miep Zerosis. And I see 10 gifted memberships by Jörg. And then just Marcel renewed his membership just now. Renewing his membership. What are you guys doing? Thank you all so much. Really, I don't know what I did to deserve this or what anybody who received the memberships did to deserve this. This is incredibly generous. And I really don't know why this is happening. Thank you so much. Jay, thank you for the gifted membership. Stefan, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Miep, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. And Jörg, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. And Marcel, welcome back to the Aurora Skylounge, mate. We kept your seat nice and cool, which is what you need in weather like today. It is now slightly windy again. And that's a good thing because it was starting to get very warm, almost warmer than it was yesterday, even though the temperature, well, no, the temperature is higher than it was yesterday at the same time. Absolutely incredible. It was set to become a bit cooler, not yet. A warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Everybody who just received a gifted membership, don't forget to say thank you to whoever gifted you the membership. And things keep on going. Captain Jerry, the membership gift train, hop on, he writes and uses a super chat for that. You really didn't have to do that, mate. Thank you so much for the encouragement. And Mark H, thank you so much. That's 20 more gifted memberships by Mark H. Guys, don't be spending money on AMS Live if you need it yourself. I implore all of you, don't spend any money that you may need yourself. This channel is not worth it. Make sure that you don't spend money on AMS Live that you need yourself. I wouldn't feel comfortable knowing that you needed it yourself, nor do I think that any recipient of gifted memberships would feel happy about it when you would be spending money on AMS Live that you may actually need yourself. So please don't spend money on AMS Live if you need it yourself. assuming that this is money you can miss. Mark, thank you so much for another 20 gifted memberships. And then even more by Mats, who also started gifting memberships, 10 of them. Incredible. So that's a shitload of gifted memberships. A warm welcome to all the new members. Don't forget to say thanks if you are the recipient of a gifted membership. Have fun with the 34 custom emojis you have at your disposal for a month. Make sure that if you enjoy the gifted membership that you either renew it or gift somebody else a gifted membership who might also enjoy it for a month. A warm welcome to everybody who joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and I thought I saw confirmation that the green tail I pointed the camera to earlier is indeed belonging to the retro Cathay 80 years. Is it expected to leave later? I'm not sure if anybody already wrote that in the chat. If that happened, I undoubtedly have missed it because the chat has been very active with membership gifting. In the meantime, a very good morning to all who have joined. I hope you're doing well and are having a great Sunday. Hope I didn't miss any membership gifting or super chats in the meantime. I don't think I did. I think I'm caught up. So the runways open for departures right now are the Kaagbaan as runway 24 and the Polderbaan to the north as 36 left. Runway 27 is now open for arrivals, though I'm not seeing any arrivals in the background right now. Makes me wonder if they are transitioning to different runway use. Probably not. Probably not until 10:40. I think they will probably adhere to the normal runway switching hours or times. If you're wondering what is in store for today, what's on the program, I have no idea, to be honest. With current runway use, you'd think that the wide bodies going to the east are going to be taking off via the Kaagbaan, assuming that Polderbaan stays open. So if the A350 from Singapore is going to be leaving before 10:40, that should probably be coming this way. Same for the A350 later in the morning. I'm not sure that we are going to see them though. Depends on what runway use is going to be like later in the morning. It might well be that they are going to transition to a southerly wind oriented runway use. In other words, departures from the Aalsmeerbaan and the Kaagbaan. And they may start using the Polderbaan and center for arrivals. I'm not sure. It's really hard to estimate. There's hardly any wind. And just like yesterday, runway use can be anything and everything. What I do know is that we're standing at one of the preferential runways, unlike yesterday, so we are going to get traffic regardless of the wind. It's just hard to estimate if it's going to stay departures and if it's going to stay departures to the east, or if maybe this will become the westerly-most runway for departures later, and we'll start seeing some wide bodies to the Americas as well. Time will tell. It should stay dry here. That's the upshot. Another KLM A321 Neo, right? Yeah. On its way. Yeah, for the time being, it still looks like this is now the quote-unquote eastmost runway for outbound traffic. Means that the Dreamliner to San Francisco that we see over there is going to be taxiing to the Polderbaan to take off instead of runway 24. And is a bit unfortunate. More membership gifting and super chatting and whatnot going on. This is just insane. Again, guys, don't be spending any money on AMS Live that you may need yourself. Mats gifting 10 memberships. I'm not sure if I called that one out already. Wolfgang too. Wolfgang also gifting memberships, 10 of them, and 50, another 50 by Captain Jerry. That is just insane, guys. Thank you all so much for your stupendous generosity. Incredible generosity here on this Sunday, this beautiful Sunday, so early on. I've only seen a handful of airplanes, but I think we've already crossed more than 100 new gifted members. Insane. 50 flipping gifted memberships by Captain Jerry, Jerome. Incredible generosity. Again, don't spend money on AMS Live if you need it yourself. You could buy a nice bottle of vodka, well, several nice bottles of vodka from the money you just spent on gifted memberships. Think twice before spending money on AMS Live, guys. Because there's also stuff you can buy for yourself. Make sure that you do take care of yourselves before taking care of me. E2 Embraer 195. Maxime says you may need to get extra cooling for your equipment with this gift spree. Well, I do think I might want to set up my umbrella. I did take an umbrella with me just in case it was going to rain, but it's looking like it's getting more clear actually. Yesterday, the umbrella that I received from Liwe a couple of years back, I brought along and attached that to my camping table to keep the laptop tent in the shade. I also have a foldable storm umbrella, and since there is hardly any wind, I might as well just flick that over my laptop. Yeah, this works. Look at this. Small umbrella clamping in between the lid of the camping table. If the wind isn't picking up, it should keep everything nicely covered and cool. Leaving. Still narrow bodies for the time being. Looking on flight radar, it's all narrow bodies that is coming to the Kaagbaan for the time being. Now the gifting hasn't stopped yet. Where was I? Peter van der Steen, Durper 1973, gifting generously. Gaat lekker vandaag, boy. Which is Dutch for it is going nicely today, boy. It certainly is, Peter. Thank you so much for your generosity, mate, and for your super chat. You really did not have to do that, but thank you so much for doing it anyway. Don't spend money on AMS Live if you need it yourself, guys. I really wouldn't want you guys to be doing that. Now, we haven't finished yet. More membership, gifting, and super chats. Captain Jerry, all new members use an emoji to thank us gifting. He writes, I think that's a very good idea. Use a custom emoji to thank the gifter. That's a nice way of saying thanks to the gifters of gifted memberships. Thank you for the great suggestion there. You really did not have to use a super chat though to get that message across, Jerome. Fijne kinderdag, boy, is what Stefan says. Child Day, is that a new thing? Mother's Day and Father's Day, but Child's Day or Children's Day, well, we have Sinterklaas, but that is in December. We celebrate with you. Well, thank you so much, Stefan, for the celebratory super chat and for the kind words. Kinderdag, that's new to me. If anybody knows what it is, I am all ears. Now, the membership gifting hasn't stopped yet. I'm still catching up with the chat. Arjan van Vught also gifted 10 memberships. Arjan, mate, thank you so much. Incredibly generous. Don't spend money on AMS Live if you need it yourself. I really wouldn't want any of you guys to be doing that. Arjan, thank you so much. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines, the new members. Also, Mark H, 10 more memberships. Marco Plaggenborg, 10 more memberships. This is just getting insane. So many gifted memberships already. Thank you all so much. A warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. And like Jerome suggested, if you are the recipient of a gifted membership, celebrate by using a custom emoji to thank the gifter. That's a great suggestion there, Jerome. I love it. Well, thank you all so much. I don't know what to say other than thank you so much. Incredible. Yillard renewing his membership. Is that the first time you're getting a green badge? No, it's surely you must have gotten it earlier already. Welcome back, Yillard. Thank you for the vote of confidence. It's good to have you back in our midst as a member. You're always here, but in the lounge is where you belong. Thank you so much for renewing your membership and welcome back, mate. Now Yillard also starting to gift memberships, mate. Really didn't have to do that. Thank you so much, though. Gifted memberships by Yillard Kraak. Thank you so much, Yillard. Incredibly generous. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Those new members. Is there still anybody in the chat who isn't a member now? With so many gifted memberships, it's almost hard to become a viewer in the or just a regular quote-unquote subscriber in the chat who doesn't have an AMS Live badge before their name or after their name. That is just incredible. Yillard, thank you so much and welcome back in the Aurora Sky Lounge, mate. Thanks for renewing your membership and welcome back, mate. Jas says LL on final 27, and I also see that Jeff has returned in the chat. Good morning, lads. Welcome back. LL on final, can we see it from here? Don't think I'm able to see it just yet. Or, well, if it is visible out there, it's outshined. It's outshined by the light. Is this the Embraer 192 Turin? I think it might be. Yeah, this is the Embraer 192 Turin. And that's good news, Arjan. Singapore 350 to 24. That's good news. Means that the Singapore A350 will be taking off here in not too long from now. I'm doing my best just to find LL on final to runway 27. Might be that it is still further away. I'm not looking at inbound traffic on Flight Radar right now, but looking in the direction where normally speaking airplanes to runway 27 ought to become visible. I'm not seeing anything just yet. What is interesting to me now is that the E2 Embraer to Gdansk is also going to the Polderbaan, but then again the 737 to Split is coming this way. So talking of retros, we have the 80 years Cathay retro livery over there. And I wondered earlier if anybody knows when this airplane is going to be leaving. It might well be that you guys already answered my question, but with the speed the chat was going earlier, I must have missed it. But if this airplane is going to be leaving, I'm looking forward to it. And if you guys know an estimated time of departure, by all means do share it again. Might well be that other people have also missed out on your message if anybody already let us know. Splish splash over here in the water, and I'm wondering, yeah, that was probably carp. The reeds over here are growing, well, as hard as my tomato plants are also growing in the backyard. Makes it a bit harder to look into the water. I'm not sure, it must have been a carp, but not seeing anything moving here in the water right now. I was seeing coots and baby coots a bit further up ahead. Earlier I heard them as well, but now they seem to have gone. Maxime asks, how's the plank doing? Great question. I haven't walked up to the plank or the location we've last seen the plank yet. Even running up and down there will take half a minute at least. No, probably more. I don't know, Maxime. I'm not able to see it from here. The reeds are in the way, as you can see. I fear the worst. But we might well get a continuation of that story next week, depending on the weather. Hey, Arjan says flight to Miami now for 2-4 means polderbound for arrival. So they are continuing the transition to a southerly wind configuration. That is good news. I agree with Arjan. If Miami is coming this way for departure, it means that the polderbound is going to be used for arrivals. Means that westbound traffic. That westbound traffic is going to be coming this way later, and the question becomes, what time is it going to happen? It's now 10:11. The next normal runway switch time would be 10:40. Rakete 88, guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen, good to see you again. Hope all is well, Ariane. Oliver, good morning, hello, guten Morgen und herzlich willkommen, liebe Freunde. Marco, goedemorgen. Agnes, goedemorgen. Jorik, goedemorgen. We are still seeing the arrivals to runway 27. No, hey, that's that's nice. This is going to be landing on runway 24. This is a breakaway landing from the glide slope of runway 27. Nice viewpoint. Janko, goedemorgen. John, good morning. Adi, goedemorgen. Adi says 10:40 till 11:40, arrivals Polderbaan and Buitenveldebaan, departures Kaagbaan. Right. It's interesting that they are using 27 as secondary runway and not center, because yesterday they screwed us over with departures to the north using center and the Polderbaan. If they'd used runway 09 instead, we wouldn't have had to wrap up so early yesterday. It's confusing. So yesterday they did use center for departures to the north, and today they're not using it, or at least not in the upcoming hours, for arrivals. That's odd, isn't it? You guys tell me how it works. I'm lost for words. Joe Harper, good morning. Kim, good morning. Kim says, hello everyone, new to the channel, love watching the planes, greetings from Canada. Maple syrup. Grrr. Welcome to the channel. Nice that you said hi, Kim. If you are new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. Ah, there's El Al. Yours was early. I already started looking for the airplane while it was still pretty far out. El Al, Dreamliner, arriving from Tel Aviv. 4 hours and something. It's usually between 4 and 4.5 hours flying from Tel Aviv to Amsterdam. So if you are new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi like Kim just now did. It's not mandatory by any means, but it is always appreciated when new people tell us who they are and where they're from. Don't be afraid to ask any questions if you have any. It's a happy bunch over here, and together we know a lot. There's no such thing as a stupid question, so feel free to ask any questions you might be having. If you're wondering what the weather is looking like, this is looking to the north right now, mostly blue skies right now. Looking to the northwest, at the horizon, some higher clouds are visible. Looking directly to the west, contrail remnants and some high clouds as well. Looking to the northeast and then to the east, you'll see that there are some low clouds over here in the vicinity, and further land inward to the east looks a bit milky. Lastly, looking to the south over here up close, it's mostly blue with contrail remnants, but at the horizon you are able to see some milkiness. So how it's going to evolve, I don't know yet. It should stay dry, that's for sure. A little bit of wind has started to blow. That's good, because otherwise it would have been a bit humid and clammy. We're waiting for the next departure, lining up right now at the threshold is KLM flight 1475 to Nice, which is nice. $176 gifted memberships until now, Maria says. Holy moly. That is incredible. That is incredible. Everyone, welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. All those new members, don't forget to say thanks to whoever gifted you a membership. Use a custom emoji as a way of saying thanks. And if you are enjoying the gifted membership, consider renewing it once it expires, or gifting somebody else a gifted membership who might also enjoy it for a month. So, next departure, taking off over there, KLM flight 1475. It's now 10:15, and at the moment Polderbaan is still used for departures. They are going to do a runway switcheroo pretty soon. That isn't going to change much for over here, for us, since this runway is already in use for departures, and that's going to stay like that. What is going to change is where the traffic taking off from this runway is going to be headed for. Right now it's traffic that's mostly serving the south and the east, and it will change to west from 1040 onward. Means that all the wide bodies that are going to be taking off to the Americas will be leaving from this runway from then on. For now, everything to the east is still coming this way, including, if all is well, Singapore A350. Membership anniversaries to celebrate. Two of them I am seeing now. Both Monzi is celebrating, as is Flores, aka Anaconda. Monzi has been a member for 13 months and he writes, trying to catch up, Maria. Well, thank you so much for the ongoing support, Monzi. It's always a pleasure to have you in our midst in the live chat. And I hope you'll keep coming back for a long time to come. If not in the lounge as a member, then at least as a regular recurring visitor. Congratulations on 13 months and thank you for the support thus far, Monzi. Also, thank you so much to Flores, aka Anaconda, member for 28 months, 2 years and 4 months. Amazing channel, boy. Like watching you stream. Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to have you in our midst as well. Even more fun when you come over every now and then. Twice that has happened now. I'm looking forward to our next in real life encounter, Flores. Thank you so much for the pleasant times in the live chat and when you came over to visit in person. Happy to hear everything is still to your liking. If that's not the case, do let me know. And then let me see what I can do to make things better for you and the other members. I hope that the ambient audio is not too loud or too low. If it is too loud or too low, let me know and I'll be able to switch it up or down a tad if need be. Some wide bodies are arriving on runway 27 right now. All earlier, and this is Turkish. Wolfgang is indicating that the A340 is on the move, but right now, Wolfgang, it's going to be going 236 left, I fear. It's not coming this way yet. It's not 1040 yet. That is the downside. That's still going to get away from us, unless something has changed in the meantime. Davey, goedemorgen kerel. Good to see you again, mate. Welcome back. And Krista, thank you so much for more gifted memberships. 20 gifted memberships by Krista MCI. probably mispronounced that, but I'm assuming it's Krista. Krista MCI. If I need to pronounce your name differently, do let me know. I wouldn't want to mispronounce any of you guys' names. I was also under the impression your name is Krista and I'm calling you like that, but if your name is different, then by all means, please correct me if necessary. Krista, thank you so much. 20 gifted memberships. That is stupendously generous. A warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Don't forget to say thank you to Krista if you are one of the recipients of the gifted memberships by Krista. That is just insane. Ari says that the Cathay Cargo is planned for 18 left. That's unfortunate, but we should still be able to see it quite well from here. Once it does take off. First it will have the taxi there, allowing us to see it in the distance. Once it's airborne, we should be able to see it quite well from here. No problem. Now Jörg also again gifting memberships, really above and beyond, made 10 more gifted memberships. That is just insane. Jörg, thank you so much. You really didn't have to do that. Hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you will say thanks for it. What's this? This looks like a retro. Oh, it's Transavia retro. How nice. Nice angle. Have a look. The A321neo. Pity it's a bit of a belly shot, but you can still see the livery quite well. What a looker, eh? My favorite Transavia livery, followed by the updated standard livery with the bolder letters. Absolutely incredible. Now, the membership gifting just won't stop. It is insane. Again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your incredible generosity. Don't spend money on AMS Live if you need it yourself. It would make me and probably all the recipients of gifted memberships very uncomfortable if you were spending money on AMS Live if you needed it yourself. Don't do that, please, I implore you. Assuming that you guys are spending money you can miss, thank you so much for your incredible generosity today. I really don't know what I did to deserve this, what the recipients did to deserve this, but it is insanely generous by all of you who gifted memberships. That is just insane. Captain Jerry going ahead again, gifting 10 memberships. Xydon adding another 5 gifted memberships. And Raketa 88, thank you so much for your super sticker with hearts. Hearts back, absolutely, just incredible. New gifted memberships by Captain Jerry and by Xydon. If anybody received gifted memberships from them, don't forget to say thank you and enjoy those custom emojis, guys. Interesting question by Milo, who wonders if the Peter Pan livery still exists. It certainly does. It certainly does. We saw it not too long ago. Phil Castro is also present again, hunting for Pinky and the Brain. And the little Cootlings are here as well. Could hear them, and now they are visible as well. Eee! Squeak! 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 Such a cutie. So Cargolux Retro is underway, arrived from Miami, Florida. I'm not sure of its estimated time of arrival. Is it going to be landing on 27 still? I wonder. It might well be the case. Let's do a quick look on Flight Radar to see where it is at right now. There are a few 747s underway and oh yeah, well, if I'm not mistaken, this is the Cargolux Retro. Oh, one click at a time. Yep. So that's expected shortly before 1 o'clock. I'm not sure where that is going to be landing, but if it is if it has arrived, we should be able to see it here crossing runway 0624 at some stage. In the meantime, a very good morning to everybody who joined. Louis Baten also started gifting memberships. 10 gifted memberships by Louis to mate. Thank you so much. That is incredibly generous. A warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge to the 10 recipients of Louis Baten's gifted memberships. Don't forget to say thanks. Use a custom emoji in the live chat if you are the recipient of gifted membership and want to say thanks to the gifter. A great idea by Captain Jerry, and I highly encourage all of you who received a gifted membership just now today to use a custom emoji in honor of the gifter to say thanks. Air Baltic taking off. We could also see Turkish already. In the background we were able to see Turkish, which I'm now no longer seeing on flight radar, interestingly. That's not an arrival waiting to cross the runway, is it? Or is it? No, I'm not sure. Is that Turkish? Is that Turkish standing there to cross the runway? Is it an arrival? Did it? Surely it must have arrived on runway 27 then, because I'm not seeing it on outbound, unfortunately. Squeak! So, two little cootlings are over there. And one of the parents is coming this way, so I'm hoping we will be able to... Oh, yeah. Any minute now. There they are. Two little greeblings. Cootlings. Squeak! If the camera would pick up on it, focus on it properly. Yes, there we go. Oh, no! You've lost the subject. Yeah. Well, let's see if we can catch them a bit better if they're getting closer by. In the meantime, a very good morning to all who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are here at the Kaagbaan, runway 24, used for departures. Cootlings are here. Squeak! Yeah. Having a little nibble. Oh! Fibers! Yum, 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 yum. What a cuties. Squeak! Nibble, nibble, nibble. Oh, it's 3, 1. Two. And I definitely spotted a third one. Or did I? I thought I did. They're in the reeds now. Right, back to the business at hand, the departing airplanes. It's 10:30 now, means that the runway switcheroo thingy is going to happen in 10 minutes, approximately. still coming this way. I think that the A340 is going to the wrong runway, right? In the meantime, good morning, Sander. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Captain Jerry, thank you so much for your super chat. He observes that there are a lot of Dutch people in the Netherlands. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? They are still taking off from the Polderbaan. Question is, how much longer is that going to continue? Suriname A340 is going to still be taking off from that runway. I'm wondering when the first airplanes that will leave for the west are coming for the Kaagbaan, because that's what we are expecting later. Right now we are seeing transition runway use with runway 27 for arrivals, Kaagbaan as runway 24 for departures, but also the Polderbaan to the north for departures. That's usually a transitional runway use. A transitory, and that's the word I'm looking for, a transitory runway configuration. The end configuration is either Aalsmeerbaan and Kaagbaan for departures, and Polderbaan and center for arrivals. Or if the center runway is closed, runway 27. Or they're transitioning to a northerly runway configuration with departures to the north and arrivals from the south. So we have Retro Cargo Lux on its way to Amsterdam, and present on site already is the Cathay 80 years retro livery, which is expected to leave later via runway 18 left, if I'm not mistaken. I'm taking a small sip of vodka in the meantime. Let me pour me a little glass. Wind is picking up, luckily, ever so slightly. Otherwise, things would get pretty warm. We have another departure. It's all narrow, but it's... Well, have we seen... No. Have we seen wide bodies already? I don't think we have we? Not taking off. Right. Wolfgang indicates that the next departure on Polderbaan is going to be the A340. Let's see if we can spot it from here. Shouldn't be too hard. Just need to trace back where that airplane came from and we should be set. It's just waiting for its departure. In the meantime, an E2 Embraer to Florence is going to be taking off from Polderbaan next. From Kaagbaan over here. Now, in the meantime, Marion, thank you so much for an incredibly generous super sticker with a pair character dancing and saying you are amazing. That is so sweet, Marion. Really, you didn't have to do that. Thank you so much. That is really insane. Don't spend money on AMS Live if you need it yourself, guys. I really wouldn't want any of you to do that. I do the best I can, Marion. Thank you so much for your kind super sticker and generosity. I think that's LATAM, isn't it? That's LATAM Airways, arriving from Sao Paulo. And going back again to where the Polderbaan departures should be appearing from behind the trees and the highway, because we are expecting the A340 in a moment. Oh, obviously late rotation, we need to look a bit more to the right than for the other airplanes. The Dows, the A340-600, there it is, taking off, leaving the house. No more Dows in the house. Ask your spouse. Alright, that's enough of me being a
retard.
Still not very high in the sky. In the meantime, over here, a departure from KLM, a narrow body. We have a moving van, area 55. And all of a sudden, I'm not completely alone anymore. Guy with a big lens also just walked by me. And he's waving as well. Nice. Yeah, everybody is... Well, I say everybody is coming over here, but it's been quiet here. There were 2 people over here when I arrived, and then they left. But now, at least, I'm not completely alone anymore. One person also has arrived over here. We have an arrival here in the distance, and pretty soon we're going to get a lot to see. Lot flight 266 to Warsaw, already rolling. No, this is not it. This isn't Lot. This is a cheater on Cheater's Lane. This is going to Milan. This is a 737 from KLM. Sennheiser, go back to work. See you later, mate. Thanks for stopping by quickly. And let's not forget that Captain Jerry just now also went ahead gifting 5 more memberships. Just insane, the number of memberships already given. Mate, thank you so much, Jerome. But really, you didn't have to do that. You already gifted so many memberships, not just today, but also earlier. Really, stop it. Enough of that. Everyone, welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, to the new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Captain Jerry if you are one of the recipients. Use a custom emoji in his honor. That's a great suggestion by Jerome, and I think we should keep that going forward as a rule. If you receive a gifted membership, thank the gifter by using a custom emoji in honor. Retro Lot, what a looker. Looking so polished. Absolutely one of the best looking retros out there, in my humble opinion. Gertine Jacqueline, goedemorgen. Hey Lise, goedemorgen. Long time no see. Erik, goedemorgen. And Rick Meister also in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Rick Maestro, how are you, mate? Lovely to see that you have more time now to come and enter in the chat more recently. It's good to have you back, buddy. Lise, goedemorgen. And also a massive big thanks to Jörg, who just now went ahead and gifted even more memberships, another 10, courtesy of JD, aka Jörg. Don't forget to say thanks if you are one of the recipients. Hey, it's Lot. No, it's not Lot, it's Ita. Bellissimo. Not the I-ho. This isn't an Italian ho. The Italian ho also looks very nice. Silvio Berlusconi already knew Italian hoes are the way to go. Rick asking if we got the McFlurries yesterday. Have a look in the community section, mate. I posted the picture. Davey was so kind to sponsor Lisa's McFlurry, so after we were done streaming, we headed over for the McFlurries to the Golden Arches restaurant. It was absolutely lovely, absolutely. Another item that we can scratch off the bucket list. This is KLM flight 597. I think this is the first wide body of the show. What? Jesus. I saw red bars on my audio panel here in my camera display. I think that might have clipped a little. It was KLM flight 597 on its way to Cape Town in South Africa. There certainly is a community section, Rick. You should have a look in it. It's quite amazing. So many awesome pictures by people who are sharing pictures. Also, if you want to see the beautiful package of gifts that Honda, whose name I still don't know because I realized later I forgot to ask yesterday, but have a look. Everything, all kinds of goodies coming from Zwolle. Beers and a liqueur and tea and honey and I think a tin of cookies. Absolutely lovely. Absolutely gorgeous and lovely. KLM flight 661 to Houston in Texas. 777-200. John says if the new emoji is not a salute the captain emoji, it will be a travesty. I'm inclined to agree with you there, mate. Squeak, 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 squeak. The little goodies are in the vicinity. I think they might have crouched on to land or... No. I'm trying to pinpoint the sound. Yeah, they're probably still in the canal. Okay, let's see. This is probably arriving traffic. Passed by directly overhead, looking to be headed for the north. Almost certainly has to be inbound traffic. And you can hear the squeaking of little goodies. But where they are, I don't know. We need a Captain Jerry Donnelly emoji. Yeah, we should take your picture and make a custom emoji out of it. What do you say, Jerome? I'm up for it. We can ditch the orange pride because nobody ever uses that one. Squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak. Let's go to autofocus. Squeak, squeak. Nibble, nibble, nibble. Okay, wind picking up. Umbrella seems to be holding still. It is a delicate balance. Might well be, if the wind keeps picking up, that I have to do something about the umbrella because it won't hold. Since I thought it was more likely that it was going to rain instead of instead of the sun starting to shine more and more, I did take a regular umbrella with me, but I forgot to take the umbrella with a clamp that I got from Liwe a couple of years back, and which I had with me yesterday with me. So what I've done now is to clamp the storm umbrella under the ledge of the camping table. For the time being it is holding, but if the wind is getting too fierce it probably won't. But it was only a temporary gust. Hey, is that El Al leaving again? Is that the same Dreamliner that we saw arriving? Nah, that can't be it, can it? Such a short turnaround time. Oh no, it is a 737. I already was beginning to wonder. Shamrock, Aer Lingus. I was about to say El Al, but Aer Lingus. This is either going to Cork or it is going to Dublin. Either way it's going to the west, and the fact that it is taking runway 24 now is indicative of the runway change being effectuated. Means that we are now going to get traffic to the west from this runway, where earlier it was traffic going to the east. So that's the only thing that has changed in the meantime. Although it is a bit weird that El Al then is lining up for runway 24 instead of going to 18 left, so apparently that hasn't opened yet. In the meantime, Alvin also coming back in the chat. What is up, mate? Such a long time we haven't spoken with each other, at least here in the live chat. How have you been, mate? Good to have you back. Hope all has been well. Probably very busy working and studying. And Alvin, our very valued moderator from down under. One of two we have from the southern hemisphere. Maria also. Alvin has also gotten the coveted sunset. What is it? What do you guys call it? The 3-year badge. The color gradient. 3 years exclamation mark, he writes. 3 years it has been already. How time has flown by. Congratulations on 3 years, Alvin. And thank you so much for the support. Always fun when you are in our midst. Thank you so much for the ongoing support as a long-standing member, but also for everything you've been doing ever since you've become one of our very valued moderators. I hope that both are still to your liking, and if that's not the case, do hit me up and let me know. I hope you'll stick around for many more months to come, both in the lounge as a member, but also as a very valued moderator. 3 years and counting. Congratulations and thank you so much, mate, for everything. It's time for wide bodies, finally. More wide bodies than just the one or two. Theme of the day, retro 747s. We have one already parked over here, which is expected to leave when? When was it again? It was expected to leave shortly, right? The 80 years retro Cathay Cargo 7478 is parked over there. It's that green tail that you see right there. Retro Lux is underway, coming this way, underway from Nairobi in Kenya. We should be able to see that as well over here pretty soon. All right. Time for KLM flight 743 to Lima in Peru to be taking off. KLM flight 743 to Lima in Peru, which is right next to El flight 238 will be next, going to Tel Aviv. Landings still take place on runway 27. In the background we see another wide body, a Chinese triple, which is also going to be coming this way because all the cargo airplanes have to park on the south side of runway 0624. Now I wonder what happened to the national 747 that we got to see earlier in the show. It was looking like it was getting pushed back, but I haven't seen it cross the runway at any moment. So I wonder what they did to it. If it was just a relocation, or did it cross the runway and did I miss it? Might also well be the case. Full as well, El should be next, flight 238 going back to Tel Aviv. We saw the arrival flight of 237, wasn't it? That was a Dreamliner. This is a 737 going out. With all airplanes, it's always interesting to see if there are some extraordinary protrusions from the livery, from the fuselage. That doesn't seem to be the case with this one. Although we have seen 737s before that were looking like they had some sort of anti-missile unit attached to it. Landing started at Polder. That's good. Rick Stedt, goedemorgen man. Good to see you again, mate. Long time no see. Hope you've been well. KLM triple in the background landing. KLM E2 is now lined up, ready to go to Bologna, and after that Delta Airlines, the first Delta A330 of the show. An auditory litmus test for the microphone settings. If it's clipping, it might be a bit too high. If it is okay, then we're golden. Right, Nicholas says that the ground plate for the system is there, but the system itself was not installed on this one. The E2 already airborne. Remarkably calm over here for a Sunday. There was a lad over here with a camera before, but he walked back. He already walked back and is gone again. So currently I am standing here all alone, quite interestingly, because usually whenever it is a weekend day and the sun is half out, it's usually a bit more busy over here than it is today. That's okay. Maybe everybody is going over to the Polderbaan, huddled together on the parking lot. Delta Airlines flight 143 to Seattle, Washington. Finally, some wide bodies taking off back to back. Next up, KLM TUI flight 367 to Willemstad, Curaçao. After that, a pallet cleanser in the form of a narrow body by SAS by the looks of it. And then KLM flight 755 to Quito. And Quito is the capital, of course, of a country called Johnny Red is tuning in from majestic Drachten. Goedemorgen, and welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined. In the meantime, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are here at Kaagbaan, runway 24, primary runway for departures. Secondary runway is expected to become 18 left later. Right now, this is the only runway open for departures, or... yeah, I think it is. I think it is. Let's see, what is that? Is that a pigeon? Oh yeah, that's a pigeon, alright. It's Pete Pigeon, a new member to the family. Pete Pigeon. Oh, I can hear engines spooling up. That is KLM flight 755, which is going to be leaving for the capital of Ecuador. It's Kiddo. Hey stranger, also back in the chat, good to see ya. Wolfie Boy, good morning. Ewald, good morning. Hank, good morning. Hank is also going to be joining me again sometime soon. Absolutely lovely mate. So we have Slokje from Hogeveen, Slokje from Zwolle now too. So many Slokjes. Local spirits. KLM flight 755 to Quito. 7879 Dreamliner. The BHM Bravo Hotel Mike. It's time for narrow bodies for the time being. A few. Air Serbia also going to Belgrade pretty soon. But first SAS to Stockholm. Arrivals on runway 27 in the background. What's that landing? Indito. And there's the triple that we saw earlier. SS flight 556 to Stockholm is going to be next, an A320neo. After that, Air Serbia going to Belgrade, but it's flown by Air... oh, no, it's Air Baltic. It's Air Baltic itself. ASL, I thought it was Air Serbia. ASL is Air Serbia's... whatchamacallit, right? Or am I now mistaken? Anyway, this is SAS. And next after this, a Bombardier C-Series 300 from Air Baltic to Belgrade. There are some contrails visible here and there, but they aren't very numerous. Looking around, the sky is still half milky, half blue. This is looking to the north. This is now looking to the east. It is opening up, looking to the east. A bit of milkiness here in the sky where the sun is shining. Blue. Contrail remnants and a few low clouds here south of me. Lastly, looking to the west. This is what things look like when you look to the west. So the sky is mostly blue. It isn't going to rain. It's warm. We have a little bit of wind. Doesn't look like the 8-20 is lining up just yet. That does allow me a few moments to update the weather in the ticker, because that's also a bit outdated now. Let's go over to the METAR website, copy paste the text, edit the ticker, paste the new text and paste. Here we go. Alright, now for those of you who don't know what the METAR means, it's the weather report. EHAM is an abbreviation, an international abbreviation for Schiphol Airport, together with AMS. The 31st is the day today. 8:55 Zulu time is the time. That is 10:55 local time. The wind speed is 4 knots from 300 degrees, and the wind direction is variable between 250 degrees and 020 degrees. Gav okay, ceiling and visibility are okay. The lower 5,000 feet surrounding the airport clear of clouds or visual impediments in the form of precipitation. Temperature 22 C, roughly 74 F, 75. The dew point 15 degrees, and QNH is the air pressure 1012 hectopascals. No SIG means no significant changes in the upcoming 2 hours. So it's warm and there's not a lot of wind, though there is a bit of wind right now. Air Serbia / Air Baltic A220 is now on the runway and should be coming this way pretty soon. American Airlines Flight 203 to Philadelphia in the background. That should be next thereafter. And KLM Flight 1365 to Budapest next after that. Here's the Air Baltic / Air Serbia to Belgrade. Squeak, squeak. The little baby coots are here in the vicinity, just not within sight. I think the reeds over here in the canal are a little in the way. I do see a tail of what I think is the Chinese triple, which has crossed the runway and should be taking a left-hand turn soon to park. There's also something getting pushed back. That's a Qatari triple. Now, it is 11:04. If I'm not mistaken, only one runway open for outbound traffic, so the Qatari triple should be coming this way, unless I am severely mistaken. But I don't think I am. Not on this one. Not in this case. American Airlines Flight 203 to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here it is. Maxime says, I need to turn the volume down. Your squeaking is luring all the local coots to my house. I am so sorry, Maxime. Hey, check it out. Daisy has also arrived with what I think are pretty grown-up ducklings. 1, 2, 3. So they have survived to this stage. That's good. They're already quite big in comparison to the adult dimensions. You've done well, Daisy. You've done well. Already much less susceptible to getting caught by predators if they're already getting this big. Wishy-washy. Amazing. Hey, is that the KLM SkyTeam livery? It looks like it. 737-900 to Budapest, the BXO. It is. It is the BXO, alright. Squeak, squeak. So over here we have little greebling, kootling. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It's 3, all right. There's the 3rd. Oh, and here are the other 2. And the ducklings and Daisy here as well. Squeak! Ah, Daisy went onto land. Now, are the ducklings going to follow? Oh, I think they are already on land. There they are. And I think Mama landed over there somewhere. There she is. Squeak, squeak. 3 little kootlings. Absolutely lovely. Right. Next up, Vueling to Alicante. A320neo. Spot the dot. In the meantime, a very good morning to all who have joined. Inimini, goedemorgen. Gaspar, good morning. Alan, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're still watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are here at Kaagbaan runway 24, where baby coots and baby duckies are over here. You can hear the coots, those are the loudest. The ducklings are a little less loud. Retros on site and underway. Cargolux Retro is underway. And over there, the green tail is the 80 years retro Cathay Pacific cargo. Primary runway for Kaagbaan traffic is this runway. This is a 78710 to Kilimanjaro, KLM 567. And Alan is also celebrating a membership anniversary today, almost a year, 11 months. That's your last month with a yellow badge, mate. Congratulations and thank you so much for the support thus far. Almost a year. Love AMS Live, he writes. Alan, thank you so much for the kind words and for, of course, your support. I'm happy to hear that everything is still to your liking. If that's not the case, do let me know. Don't wait with telling me. Let me see what I can do to make things better for you and the other members. Thank you so much for the support. Always a pleasure to have you in our midst, Alan, and I hope you'll keep coming back for a long time to come. If not in the lounge as a member, then at least as a regular frequent visitor. Right now, runway 24 is the only runway for outbound traffic. It is going to change again in half an hour from now, from 11:40 onward. 18 left is probably also going to open up. What airplanes we are going to see here and what not, I don't know. It's always a mystery. For now, let's just enjoy. This is the A350, Singapore Airlines Flight 323. One of the best looking airplanes out there. Gorgeous livery, gorgeous machine. Most definitely always one of the highlights of a show whenever it features such a wonderful machine. Another airplane spooling up behind me. That's KLM Flight 591 going to Johannesburg in South Africa. It's coming this way. If you can still hear it over the squeaking of the little baby baby coot. In the meantime, another membership anniversary. None other than Han is celebrating 37 months. Don't need that much in-flight SVC, boy, he says. I am so sorry, Han. So sorry. Won't happen again, I promise. What a sound, the GE90s. KLM Flight 591, this is the BHBVP Bravo Victor Papa, 10 years old, first flight February 2016, on its way. And it looks like the Qatar triple is next, going to Oslo. So I'm expecting a quick rotation on that one. Belly shot incoming. Han, thank you so much for the support, for all the good times we've had with you in our midst in the live chat thus far. It's always a pleasure to have you in the chat. I hope you'll keep coming back for a long time to come. If not in the lounge as a long-standing member, then at least as a regular recurring visitor. If anything can be improved, let me know. Han, thank you so much for 37 months of enjoyment of your company. Thank you so much, mate. Qatar, rotating. Not even that early. Contrary to my expectations. Maybe I'm just imagining things, but the RPM does sound a little lower. Probably was a derated takeoff. I thought we were going to see a belly shot. I thought it was going to climb like an Embraer would, but not the case. Luckily for us, we see more details from the side than from the bottom. In the meantime, a massive big thanks to Michael DCA for a very generous super chat, which you really didn't have to use to get the message across. This day last year, I visited Boy at the Polderbaan. Michael says, I still remember, mate. I still remember. That was great fun meeting you in real life. Are you ever going to come back to the Netherlands anytime soon? I wonder. If you are, do let me know in advance. Police driving by, I waved to them, but they apparently didn't see. That wasn't Officer Rulof. Otherwise, he would have waved. Or at least be looking to see if we were able to make eye contact. Michael, thank you so much for your generosity. Again, you didn't have to use a super chat to get that message across. Great time. So many of you have visited already real life. Yesterday too, a big ground crew. Such a shame of the runway situation, the runway use. Alright. Ryanair should be next. After that, a KLM 737 to Porto in Portugal. And then TUI to Punta Cana. And more Deltas also coming this way. You can see it already. That is Delta Airlines Flight 135 to Detroit, Michigan. Another auditory litmus test in the form of an A330-300. And this is Ryanair. So what's the story behind the harp? Oh no, I asked that before. It is a harp. Was a musician who liked to play the harp. That was it, right? Okay, so the police chaps have stopped over there, albeit briefly. For a moment I thought it was maybe Officer Rulof and his mate, but I don't think it's him. It is one of his colleagues, of course, or more even. Gary Grebe has also arrived on the scene. He's over there. Don't see any Greblings. As of yet, no Greblings to be seen. Those are always cute with their zebra livery, if they're still very young. Well, they do retain it still pretty relatively long period of time. Oh, shoot, focus is not good. Just a little bit more. There we go. Squeak! Squeak! Already I can hear the engines of the TUI Dreamliner to Punta Cana spooling up. Hey, Gary is also back. Good to see you, mate. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime as well. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are here at the Kaagbaan, which is the colloquial name of runway 0624, now in use as runway 24 as primary runway for outbound traffic. This is TUI flight 757 going to Punta Cana. Punta Cana. So yeah, no. gets me thinking. Punta Cana. Does that mean there's also Puta Cana? Bitch dog? I'm no Spanish speaker. Maybe somebody can enlighten us. Punta con carne. What is up, Evan? Top of the morning, Senor Rodriguez. Maybe you can enlighten us. Punta Cana. Is there also Puta Cana in Spanish, in the Spanish language? Probably there isn't. Just something that came out off the top of my head. Lisa, excuse me? Alright, the sun is gone. Clouds drifting in all of a sudden from both the west and the south. All of a sudden it's getting more clouded over here, which is nice for the ambient temperature. The lighting doesn't change that much. It was a milky sky already. Looking to the north, things look like so. This is looking to the west. This is the southwest, south. More cloudiness. then the situation in the east looks like this. Jannik, goedemorgen. Captain Jerry, super chatting. I am leaving now. Pay attention to this great stream. Is hampering my alcohol drinking. I will now play online poker. Well, you have at it, mate. I hope you win great sums of money and hope it's not going to result in losing any money. Thank you so much for your stupendous generosity again, Captain Jerry. It's always a pleasure to have you in our midst, even without any gifting. Please come back in one piece pretty soon and we'll see you then. And enjoy the rest of your night. This is KLM flight 1799 going to Jörg's hometown of Düsseldorf. A short flight, less than half an hour usually. But yeah, still flying, so there must be an audience for it. All kinds of birds chirping, but they are good at hiding today. Other than the baby coots, I haven't seen any yet. Another 737 has arrived over here, ASL Airlines. Well, it was here already all the time. The Chinese triple. Hey, and a cargo hatch open on this side. That's interesting. That's something you don't see that regularly. I've asked it before, and if you guys already answered it and I missed it, I do severely apologize. But the tail of the green tail that we see over there is, of course, the retro Cathay cargo. Is it leaving today, and what time will it be leaving? Gaspar has to go, has to do homework. See you later, mate. Next up, Etihad. Is that a special livery? No, it's just standard, but that's still a very nice looking airplane. I was hoping maybe it was going to be the Formula 1 special livery or something else, but it is Etihad Flight 44 going to Abu Dhabi in a moment. 7879 Dreamliner. It's the Alpha 6 Bravo Lima X-Ray BLX. 7 years old, first flight January 2019. Thank you, Adi. 12:17. So 12:17 estimated time of departure of the retro 747 that we see parked over here. And half an hour later, if I'm not mistaken, or roughly half an hour later, it was 12:50 or so, right? Retro Lux arriving. One retro 747 being replaced with another one. Don't get to see Etihad that often in the streams here. They usually don't take off or arrive here during my regular streaming hours, so I'm always pleased to see them. Vic asks if I saw the Etihad orange black McLaren livery yet. No, I haven't. Just the Formula 1 thus far, mate. Or do you mean pictures? I think I've seen the pictures, but I haven't seen it really. Haven't seen it in real life yet. Right, United Airlines flight 21 up next, 767 to Houston in Texas. The November 644 Uniform Alpha, 35 years old, April 1991 is when it first began to fly. 1991, ladies and gentlemen, I was still in elementary school. Had 3 more years to go. I think around that time I was about to learn English. What were you doing in 1991 if you were there already? Classical old school sounds coming in. Quite a bit of smoke, fine dust, stuff emanating from those engines. PU. Next up, KLM flight 615 going to the hometown of Captain Jerry, Portland, Oregon. Let's see, that's the Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Sierra BKS. That's a brand new airplane. 787-10 Dreamliner with first flight January 2026. And I see Paul is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. How have you been? Welcome back, buddy. So we began the stream with sunny weather, but now it's gotten clouded. Cloudiness all of a sudden seemed to have appeared from seemingly nothing. The western part of the sky over here currently clouded, as is the south. The sun is hiding somewhere behind those clouds. The north still has blue gaps, and so too does the east. If you look to the easterly horizon, it is still okay. Milkiness and some low clouds now having drifted in. If you hear squeaking, that is the baby goods over there vying for attention and food. BDK is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Jan, goedemorgen. Jan Hardenberg, goedemorgen. Peter, goedemorgen. Peter Jongenel was already delivering mail for 7 years in 1991. And Marianne was finishing high school. Jan says in Hardenberg, same, we even had some rain. Just now, you mean? In the morning already? Today? It was said that land inward, some precipitation might fall. The west ought to stay dry. That green tail is indeed what you may be thinking it is. It is the 80 years retro Cathay Cargo 7478, leaving here at 12:17 or so, probably from 18 left. But we should still be able to see it quite well from here. Retro Lux is underway, arriving from Nairobi. It should be arriving here, if I am not mistaken, shortly before 1. So 2 Retro 747s in one show. Quite rare. Quick sip of vodka to stay hydrated. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It is mandatory. If you received a gift membership today, use a custom emoji in honor to thank the gifter. If you have any questions, don't be afraid to ask. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. This is an A332 Miami in Florida. Rick is reporting sunny blue skies in Leeuwarden in the north. Yeah, looking to the north, things still look pretty open from what I can see over here. Well, of course, Leeuwarden is a bit more to the northeast, so this is probably where I need to point the camera. If you wave, Rick, maybe we are able to see it. Such a tall fellow. I'm sure we will be able to see it. Rick is now, as the crow flies, what is it, 150 kilometers from here? 100 miles or so? Nah, we should be able to see that. Easily. Easy. Is that Turkish? It is. 1952 to Istanbul. A330-200. Vueling up next to Barcelona. A321. Flight 8301. JetBlue to Boston will also be leaving. Don't think we've seen Sarah yet today, have we? National is indeed also over there, Peter. I'm not sure if it's the tail of National that you saw, but National certainly was there earlier, and I already asked about it. Did it leave or didn't it leave? I think that the tail you're seeing might be Superna. The National that I saw this morning was blue. This is red-yellow, so I'm thinking that might be Superna, though I am not 100% sure. Next up, JetBlue to Boston, Massachusetts. Turkish will be next. Turkish flight 1952 to Istanbul. An A330-200 followed by KLM flight 655 to Minneapolis, Minnesota, which is a 7879 Dreamliner midsize. Over there is the tail of Turkish flight 1952 already coming this way. The flight to Istanbul is probably going to last around 3 hours. This is the Tango Charlie Juliet November Delta, the TC-JND. 19 years old already, this machine. Its first flight was in June 2006. And the gears retracting so slow. Oh, and the Dreamliner already has spooled up its engines. No time to waste. They are moving with haste. And there's the tail already of KLM flight 655 going to Minneapolis, Minnesota. Lisa didn't know I had a foot fetish. What? That's not the same. Landing gears and feet. Look, I have a nose fetish. Ooh. Wolfgang says that there should be an Atlas 7IV at the stand, expected to leave shortly after 12 for Seoul. That's cool. Let's see. I'm not seeing anything pinging just yet. Hey, the second American Airlines is coming next to Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. DFW. Not to be confused with DTW, which is Detroit. Now why do we call it a tippy-toey landing? Oh, okay. You won. Hey Oscar, good morning. Welcome back, mate. American Airlines Flight 221 to Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas should be next. It's a 777-200, 24 years old already. The first flight was in October 2001, a month after 9/11. And if you phrase it like that, it sounds like a pretty long time ago. 24 years, bit of an extra abstract number, but most of you guys who are old enough to have lived through 9/11 consciously will probably remember when and where you were at the time. And if you think back and think that this airplane began its career a month after what happened then, so much has happened in the meantime. It's even more so when you think of the A300s. Who sometimes began their careers in the beginning of the 1990s. Incredible. Just insane. Now I do see a BizJet going to CIA. VistaJet to Rome, which is pinging on the platform for private and BizJets. Doesn't seem to be leaving just yet. We are now seeing a triple getting pushed back, or is that? Yeah, no, that is a no A330. I apologize, I spoke too soon. Chinese A330 in the process of getting pushed back. Meanwhile, it is 11:38, and that means that in a few minutes from now, the center, no, not the center runway, the secondary runway for arrival, for departures is going to open up. That's going to be 18 left, the Aalsmeerbaan. So traffic outbound, destined for destinations in the east, will be leaving via the other runway then pretty soon. Diverging departures expected to begin in a few minutes from now. Look away if you are Luton intolerant, because this might invoke cramps. This is EasyJet flight 22516 going to Celiac City, aka London Luton. BizJet is lining up. That probably will get clearance right now because EasyJet also has taken off. VistaJet on its way to Rome. That's a Bombardier Challenger 350. "7-6 on their way," says Wolfgang. More wide bodies. Good news. That Chinese A330 will probably also be taking off via the Kaagbaan. A330 Air China Cargo to Chengdu in China. Lining up right now on... Oh wait, no, there's nothing lining up just yet. Delta is the next departure to Salt Lake City, which you can see over there. Still has to turn to the runway and line up. Gives me a moment to have a small glass of vodka. Bottoms up, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you stay properly hydrated. Very important on a day like today. Two Delta A330s looking to be taking off back to back. Lining up right now is the one to Salt Lake City, an A330-300. No, wait, an A330neo, and the one to Atlanta behind it. Not yet visible, but soon to be. Next thereafter. I think the first airplane to 18 left is already approaching the threshold. Looks like Aegean, or no, Air Europa path to Madrid. So diverging departures commencing. Croatia Airlines taking Cheater's Lane. Croatia Airlines probably the actual first departure. Indeed, Maxime, Air China Cargo on pushback. That's the one that we saw over there already. Going to Chengdu in China. Rick is going to sign off and have a coffee in the background, enjoying the sun. Savor the moment, mate. Make sure you apply enough sunscreen because the sun is quite scorching already. Don't want to get red as a crab, now do we? If you're not returning today, Rick, thanks for your company. It was great to have you back in our midst again. Hopefully see you again next week. This is Delta Airlines Flight 57 to Salt Lake City, A330neo. Look at the feet, look at the feet, ooh. The A330 cargo has begun to move, moving towards the threshold of runway 24. Delta Airlines Flight 73 to Atlanta, Georgia is lining up, and behind it United Airlines Flight 947 to Washington. The second 767 of the show. Will its engines also be as smoky as the one we saw before? Diverging departures now officially in progress and expected to stay in progress until approximately 1 o'clock. With Croatia on its way to Zagreb being the first, having taken off via Cheater's Lane. So in half an hour or so from now, the Cathay 80 years Cathay Pacific Retro, which is parked over there, is going to be leaving. Wrong runway though, but we should still be able to see it quite nicely from here. Lovely profile shot. That's the silver lining. And with the sun now hiding behind the clouds, I think it's going to be colorful as well. With backlit sunny conditions, it's usually more of a silhouette. But now we'll probably also be able to see more color. A330-300 underway, and next will be the second 767 of the show. Courtesy of United Airlines again. Only every now and then do we get 767s from Icelandair still. Most of the 767s these days that we see here at Schiphol Airport belong to United Airlines. Air Europa path to Madrid. Second departure from 18 left. And away it goes. Gives us time to turn back and focus on the 767 that will be next. United Airlines at 947 to Washington. Another 767 oldie. This one 33 years old. The first flight of this airplane was back in March 1993. This is the November 659 Uniform Alpha. Yep, those engines are almost exactly as smoky as the ones on the one we saw before. Jesus. Hey Dick, goedemorgen. Kees, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, gents. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're still watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is Kaagbaan, the colloquial name of runway 0624. Now in use as runway 24 for departures. One of two runways active right now for outbound traffic. The other being the Aalsmeerbaan, which is the colloquial name of runway 18 left, 36 right. Wind beginning to pick up ever so slightly. The sun is no longer shining. It's shining behind clouds over here, but still temperatures are good. Next up we are going to get a few narrow bodies and then a wide body. KLM flight 1219 lined up as we speak. 737 to Stockholm, coming this way already. There's an Embraer 190 to Krakow, but I think that may be going to 18 left, considering it's going to the east. And 18 left is our eastmost runway, now open for outbound traffic. So we'll probably getting the A330 Chinese cargo next. Shining, white balance seems to be a bit bluish here on my camera screen. Let me see if I can up the temperature just a little, like so. I think that should make for a bit more color balanced viewing. Or is it now a bit too green? Maybe just a tad. It's interesting because ordinarily the white balance temperatures you'd use for sunshine and cloudiness are more Kelvin than what I have set it to. Before, with the sun shining, the camera was set to 47 something, 4700, between 47 and 4800. Now it's around 5000. Normally speaking, you should have it at 5600 or so for daytime and 63 or so for cloudiness. Not with this camera, you don't. Air China Cargo to Chengdu in China, A330-200. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. It isn't mandatory to say hi, but it is always appreciated when people who are new to the channel say who they are and where they're from. If you have a question, don't be afraid to ask it. Quite a few people are watching. Together they know quite a lot, and it's all a friendly bunch over here, so don't be afraid to ask any questions. There's no such thing as a stupid question. Although stupid answers are almost a guarantee here. But that's all well and good. We don't take ourselves in life too seriously. Alright, what's next? Let's see. EasyJet with an A320neo to Palma de Mallorca is coming this way. And a Delta A330neo to Boston is also on the move. The Embraer 190 to Krakow is indeed taking off from 18 left in a few moments. It's lining up as we speak. Henrik and Roberto are also back. Ciao ragazzi. Benvenuti. The wind is slightly trying to pull my umbrella up. The ledge is holding, but only barely. With the sun now no longer shining, I don't think I need the umbrella as additional heat protection from the electrical equipment in the laptop tent, so I am going to put it back in again. I did bring it with me, but that was because I was more afraid of rain than abundance of sunshine actually. Right, wrapped up in the laptop tent once again. Hey, and a 787-10 to Toronto also over there. Hey, there she is. Sarah's back. You already missed the departure of JetBlue. JetBlue already went to Boston without you witnessing it, but you are still perfectly in time for the Delta flight to Boston. It's now coming this way. The A330neo, flight 243. And one welcome to everybody else who may have joined in the meantime as well. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. And yeah, we began the show with mostly sunny skies and only a few contra remnants forming some cloudiness in the sky. But now things have changed a little. It's more overcast. This is looking to the north. And this is looking to the west. If we turn the camera to the east, things currently look like so, and if you look to the south, this is what it looks like. The sun is out there, but it's hiding behind a layer of clouds. In the meantime, the EasyJet to Palma de Mallorca is spooling up. Oh, and it's already airborne. Because obviously, why wait? Hey, does this one have a little sticker? Oh no, it's just Neorio. I thought I saw something that wasn't there. Baby Dash lining up, says Maxime. I am sure you're talking about the Dash 8 100 Coast Guard lining up either on runway 22 or 04. Which side will it be going to? Don't see it. I don't see it on flight radar. Okay, interesting. JB Paagman, thank you so much for your kind words and for your super chat. And I do see the Dash right now. There it is. Dash 8 100 Coast Guard with a Canadian registration. Already having turned to the west, out on another coastal patrol. A couple of weeks back, me and Lisa went to Rotterdam as well, and or to Rotterdam to the port to the Maasvlakte, and we saw it there as well. Engines now becoming audible over here. Still has a Canadian registration, which if it were flying a bit closer by we could even read. Don't know exactly how old this airplane is from memory, but if memory serves me right, it's around just under 40 years old, 30 in the high 30s if I'm not mistaken. Just a few years younger than I am. Right. In the meantime, the Dreamliner to Toronto. Airborne already. As I was saying, JB Paagman, thank you for your kind words and for your generosity. JB Paagman just now super chatted in Dutch. I enjoy your energy and streams each time. Thank you so much for the kind words, JB Paagman. Much appreciated. You really didn't have to use a super chat to get that message across. I do the best I can. I'm happy to hear that you are enjoying. Hope everybody is. If you are enjoying the show and you want to help this channel grow, a like is the way to go. I do see a banana now in the process of getting pushed back, or was it already there and was there something in the way? No, it's definitely getting pushed back. But that's probably going to go to the wrong runway, isn't it? Or is it going to go to London or something? If it's going to Leipzig, it's going to 18 left. Let's focus on what's coming next. It's going to be Delta Airlines Flight 243 to Boston, Massachusetts. The engine's already spooling up, I can hear them. A330neo. The November 431 Delta X-Ray. A year old, will turn 2 in October this year. The banana is going to Leipzig. Thank you, Ari. I already feared for that, but that means it's going to be taking off from 18 left. As they almost always do. Whenever Kaagbaan and Amsterdam are open for departures. Wasn't there a 747 scheduled to go to Seoul later? And if so, what is its estimated time of departure? Or was that the destination of the Retro Cathay Pacific that we see over there? Seems that Maxime also has to go. Thank you so much for joining, Maxime. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday and hopefully see you again next week. Speaking of that, I just remember I might not be streaming next week Saturday. Me and Lisa are having plans to go to Rotterdam. She will be turning 29 on Wednesday. I'll have to work on that day, but we are going to go and celebrate, and at least the plan is to do that on Saturday. Going to Rotterdam to the Maasvlakte. There's a museum over there where you can also do guided tours via boat and bus over the entire Maasvlakte area where all the cargo vessels are. So over the water and over land. We want to visit the museum, do the tour on land, do the tour over the water, and then also go over to the pancake boat in the evening. It's not definitive yet, but we are planning on it, so it might well be that next week Saturday I'm not going to be able to stream. Cathay is going to Hong Kong. Thank you, Ari. This is the KLM 100 year 787-10 Dreamliner. Is that leaving or... I don't see it on flight radar. It must have arrived just now. Next airplane leaving here is going to Bergen. That's a 737-800. Howdy René, goedemorgen. And Terry tuning in from Florida, welcome to the show, mate. Terry asks, any great international flights coming in today at AMS? They are, but if they are, you're not going to be able to see them from here in this stream because they will be landing pretty far away from where we are standing. The runway we are currently filming from is going to be used for departures, and it's looking like that isn't going to change in the upcoming hours. Finnair is also coming for runway 24, says Adi. That's good news. So the DHL Banana is in pushback and will be leaving for Leipzig. That's right there behind the excavator or shovel or whatever it is. Again, on flight 915 to Aberdeen. Up next, that's an Embraer 175. And that was an Atlas 747 that was initially expected a few minutes to 12. No new time yet, says Wolfgang. Remains to be seen if it is still going to be taking off or not. There's always a difficulty here with the cargo jets. They have estimated times of departure, but hardly ever do they actually follow those. Those schedules are worth almost nothing. Just a very rough indication of anything that might be leaving, but might well not even leave at all. Rodney is also back, doing well, mate. Thank you for asking. I hope all is well on your end as well. Jörg is also hopping off for the day. Thanks for stopping by, Jörg. Enjoy the rest of your day and hopefully we'll see you again next week. Let me have a quick look on Flight Radar. The A380 was underway. Retro Cargolux is underway. Quite a few 747s also arriving from the west. Now obviously these aren't going to be landing here, but we are maybe able to see them. The A380 is, I was about to say the A380 has overtaken Retrolux, but Retrolux is still destined here to land shortly before 1. Emirates 126, and there are two 747s with ETAs now simultaneous, 122. And this one was 126, so that's 3 quad squad members landing here between 1 and 1:30. Diverging departures in progress. A wide body just now took to the skies from 18 left. There it is. What was it? KLM flight 877 to Mumbai in India. Still looking forward to seeing this machine. That green tail belongs to the Retro 80 years Cathay Cargo. Second time I'm seeing it in real life here. Think they are now using 18 left temporarily as only runway. Looks like there is a runway inspection here on the Kaagbaan going on. Hey Vero, good to see you again. Goedemiddag. You can see that bird control is now on the runway doing an inspection. Means no traffic to the Kaagbaan just yet. ITA is taxiing to 18 left, as is the A300. Hank says, hopefully I can see the departure of Friends United 908 to Chicago. Normally speaking, that should be taking off from this runway. That should normally be should be here. Wind is picking up nicely. Much more windy now than it was in the beginning of the show. There's the Banana going to 18 left, going to Leipzig. Should make an appearance from the background pretty soon. ITA has already taken off. Miss Magic Memories, goedemiddag. So there's a runway inspection in progress right now, or at least there was just now. Yeah, no, I do see that the bird controller is still on the runway over here. Slowly making its way over to the threshold over here. Which one is this? This is K3. The flashing knobs. No, the flashing lights. Zigzagging. Oh, off-road, off-road. That's why you need such a big machine. For all the tall grasses and all the humps and bumps over here. And it arrived in the RISA, runway and safety area. K3 coming this way. We're not hearing any sound effects yet. But if you are hearing the bird sounds, it's because they have speakers over here. Are we going to get shots fired? That's always interesting to see. If a flare gun comes out of the window, better duck. Nah, we're good. We're good. Sarah says it's only 45 degrees here this morning. You're talking about Fahrenheit? Because that's 15 divided by 7 degrees Celsius. Jeez, that's cold. What does the meter say? What is it over here? I think it was somewhere in the 20s Celsius. So that's in the 70s. Mid 70s over here. Suparna on the move. Did Suparna sneak away from us? Suparna normally should be taking off via runway 24. Assuming it is open again. Hey, and I see Atlas Air to Seoul. That's nice. That should probably be going to the wrong runway. If it's going to Seoul. .2C. That is definitely that's definitely much cooler over there than it is over here. Must be an outlier for this time of year. Normally speaking, Boston would probably be a bit warmer than 45 Fahrenheit, wouldn't it? What would be the average temperature over there at this time of year, normally speaking? The northeast of the United States has a land climate, doesn't it? Also the coastal regions. So that's usually pretty warm compared to what would be the average temperature over here this time of year. Right, Transavia 737. I do see that, yeah, Kaagbaan is open again. Next up, KLM to Eden in Scotland. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little goodies, even though they're still over there, we can still hear them over here. Even though they're only over there, we can still hear them over here, is what I'm trying to say. Diverging departures, KM Malta to Malta. Now I've lost Suparna on flight radar, but I'm sure it's lined up somewhere in the vicinity, or it's positioned somewhere in the vicinity of the threshold of runway 24. Rodney says also that we have had a rather cool and rainy spring. This is the longest in the year that I've run our furnace. Hopefully it rebounds to a warm summer. Well, there you go. It's different types of weather all over the place. Some places it is much warmer, some places it is much cooler, some places it is much wetter. The Iberian Peninsula In other words, Spain and Portugal this year have seen so many rainy depressions passing over them in the last few months. Extremely wet weather last few months over there. Made the news here in the Netherlands on a frequent occasion, quite frequently. Jesus, I need vodka. My English is failing. Atlas Air in the process of getting pushed back. It's going to be leaving via the wrong runway because it's going to Seoul with a capital S. We are more likely going to see the Suparna 777, which is going to China, but it's still allowed to fly over Russia, so that's going to be taking off from Kaagbaan. Do a right-hand turn, head over to the north, and then head over the Baltic states usually, towards Russia, north of Russia, and then to China. Hey, Lance also in the chat. I thought I saw you in the beginning already, but you saw the chaos that ensued quickly after the stream started. Hope you're all doing well. Those who I have missed this morning. We're waiting for Suparna. Suparna is lining up, entering the runway threshold. We can see it from here. Looks like it is going to be moving onto the runway as next departure. Or is there anything? No. Now it looks like the triple will be the next to take off from 18 left. No, from 24. And ITA was taking off from 18 left. Right, next up is going to be the Suparna 777 that we saw the butt of before, and the tail. Suparna Airlines flight 87932 to Chongqing in China. It's the Bravo 227 X-ray. Brand new airplane, first flight October 2025. It's going to turn 2 in October, less than 2 years old. In the meantime, yeah, the Finnair is also coming this way, slowly but surely. Finnair A350. United Airlines flight 908 to Chicago, also now pinging, getting pushed back, or maybe already pushed back. K3 in the foreground, and if all is well, Suparna should be moving. Or don't see it move just yet. Now we see it. The tail on the left, on the right. A leading indicator of the airplane that will follow soon thereafter. So although it looks clouded and cloudy over here, it certainly isn't cold, not even with the wind blowing now. Temperatures are quite nice. Obviously, when the sun is shining abundantly, this livery pops even more with all the bright colors, but it still looks pretty gnarly. in my humble opinion. I love the combination of red and yellow and white. Bright colors. Stands out. Temperatures are climbing later today, says Sarah. It's going to be 60 degrees. Yeah, of course, you have to take into consideration it is still nighttime over there. 60 minus 30 divided by 2 equals around 15 degrees Celsius. Quick maths. To do the conversion from Fahrenheit to Celsius, 15 is still not very high. It wouldn't be high here, but at least it's better than 7. Hey, Klaas is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Oh, he was there already, but need to go early. I suppose Klaas is one of those many people who were here already, but whose arrival I have missed. Hope you enjoyed the show, mate, and enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully see you again next week. We're still here. We're waiting for the Retro Cafe to be leaving. And of course, Retro Lux is arriving later. Finnair A350 has popped up in the background. The A350 to bloody Helsinki. And here we have an E2 Embraer 195 to Dublin, KLM flight 1139. Honda says, was it something with minus 32 times 3/9? No, mate, it's easier. You're talking about the conversion from Fahrenheit to Celsius. The higher the temperature gets, the more inaccurate the algorithm is, but it's quite simple. If you have a temperature in Celsius, multiply it times 2 and then add 30. And vice versa, if you have a temperature in Fahrenheit, subtract 30 and then divide the remaining number by 2. So 15 degrees Celsius times 2 is 30 plus 30 equals roughly 60 Fahrenheit. 70 Fahrenheit minus 30 equals 40 divided by 2, roughly 20 degrees Celsius. Very quick and easy way to get rough estimations of the same temperature in the two scales. Finnair A350 to bloody Helsinki, Finland, lining up next to take off from runway 24, while in the meantime we were filming KLM flight 873 to Hyderabad in India. In the meantime, also passing in the background, Atlas Air going to Seoul, flight 8154. Keep me posted, guys, if you would, when this airplane lines up on runway 18 left and is first to take off. I'm going to try to look myself, but I cannot guarantee that I can see everything all at once. Hey Sam XXL, good afternoon, mate. Welcome back. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are here at Kaagbaan, runway 24, primary runway for outbound traffic, but not the only one. 18 left, Aalsmeerbaan is also open. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It isn't mandatory to say hi, but it is always appreciated. If you have a question, don't be afraid to ask it. Quite a few people are watching. Together they know a lot and will happily try to answer any questions you might be having. It's all a friendly bunch, so don't be shy. If you received a gift of membership, don't forget to use a custom emoji as a way to say thanks to the gifter. A great suggestion by Captain Jerry Donnelly earlier today. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you want to help this channel grow. Liking is the way to go. Hey, Jetstream Journeys, good afternoon, mate. Welcome to the show. In a moment we should see the appearance of the Finnair A350 to bloody Helsinki, Finland. Standard livery, flight 1302, 7-year-old airplane. The OHLWL Lima Whiskey Mike. First flight was in November 2018. Transavia to Bari went in the background. Hey, are my eyes deceiving me? No, they're not. Cathay Retro Pushback. There it is. What a lovely machine. Oh, no. It definitely is also... That's definitely national behind it as well. I thought it was the blue version, but it looks like it's the red version. Why is everything interesting always happening at once? I do prefer to focus the camera on the Cathay Pacific Retro because we're not seeing that hardly as regularly, nowhere close as regularly as the A350 from Finnair. This is a much rarer sight. Peter is tuning in from Johannesburg, which is in South Africa. Good afternoon, Peter. Good to see you again, mate. Okay, the sun is coming out once again. The bit of cloudiness is continuing to drift away, although it is still pretty cloudy over here. Hey, cool. Daniel says, I think you captured a meteor at 12:14:50 in the upper right corner of the screen. Is that so, mate? That would be very awesome. 12:14:50. 10 minutes ago. Need to remember that. Need to look back. Must have been a very small meteor, since I didn't hear anything. If it's bigger, you would probably have heard a sonic boom. Hey Jillis, goedemiddag, good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. So, unfortunately, the 80 years retro Cathay is going to be leaving via the wrong runway, but we should see it from the side quite nicely because of it. United Airlines flight 908 to Chicago over there. Sarah says we had a meteorite explode near Boston yesterday around 2 p.m. Did you hear it as well then? Did you see or hear anything? Bizjet to Rotterdam. ACO. Another Belgian. Uh-oh. The uh-oh is getting away. Next up, KLM flight 1233 to Göteborg. Another E2 Embraer 195. And after that, we're going to get the... Oh, it's a Dreamliner to Chicago. United Airlines. Michael already recognized the bizjet Cessna Citation Mustang, his airplane. There's the Cathay Retro. Cathay Pacific Flight 64, which is going to go to Hong Kong. It's the 80-year anniversary special livery. What a massive looker it is. Okay, so there was a meteor. Awesome. 12:14. Need to take a mental note. Right, the United Airlines Dreamliner is going to Chicago. Here it is. Alright, Atlas is rolling, and I see it right behind me. Atlas Air 747-400, flight 8154, going to Seoul in South Korea. Well, away it goes. The sun briefly came back, now once again hiding behind clouds. Looking to the west, things are opening up again a little bit, and I think that's where the wind is coming from. The south skies are still pretty milky and cloudy. Now the east is also a bit more cloudy. Leaving. Hey there, Ella, and thank you for the kind words. Nice footage, boy. Doing the best I can, mate. Doing the best I can. We ought to see the Retro 747 in a few moments when it is going to be passing by in the background on its way to the threshold of 18 left. And what we saw just now from Atlas is also what we're going to see from the Retro Cathay Cargo, so it will make for some nice footage, even though it won't be taking off as close as we would have loved to see. It's still going to make for a good sighting. Small sip of vodka. I think I need to fill my glass again. Departures. Another KLM 737. Or no, Embraer. think we should get the 747 in a moment. Sky Express over there, going to Athens. And I think the 747 should follow soon. Should become visible from the right. There she is. Get the cargo flight 64 to Hong Kong. The 80 years retro. Peter is going out for a bike ride. That's a good idea, mate. I'm also going to do that later in the day. Mind you, over here the wind has begun blowing and it's significantly more windy now than it was in the beginning of the morning. So, just so you know. Enjoy the bike ride, Peter, and thank you so much for your company and enjoy the rest of your day, mate. Hopefully see you again next week. It's also one of the things I like to do on weekend days. Even after having been out several hours streaming, going for a bike ride, definitely one of the things I like doing. Just on a regular bike, although it is electric, but it's just for when you have headwind or if you need to go up a bridge. Particularly if you're carrying groceries and whatnot. It is a bit more convenient. Just a range extender of sorts. Also have an indoor bike since recent. So that if weather is shitty outside, you can still do a bike ride inside. Police helicopter. Is it going for a lap around the tower, I wonder? Nah, it's already past it. I was zoomed in, but zooming out you can see it has already passed the tower. Turkish A330 also pinging now. Should get pushed back pretty soon. The police helicopter is continuing westward. Just about to become audible over here. Coppercopter, indeed it is. Ah, Peter also has an electric bike. Yeah, it's not like you're not doing anything unless you have a fat bike and everything propels itself. But it is much more easier if you have to cycle long distances or whatever. I'm also enjoying the indoor biking experience. It's a bit boring if you don't have a computer and an app with you, but these days you can go with Zwift or other apps. Right now I've taken a subscription to Kino Map, which is basically a huge collection of bike rides that people have recorded. Actual footage, so no computer simulation or anything. It allows you to cycle through parts of the world that normally you wouldn't be visiting. see what it looks like over there, and in the meantime burn some calories as well. TUI to Tenerife should be coming next, a MAX 8 737. It should be on the runway already. Doesn't look like it's moving that much yet, but oh yeah, there it is. So this is TUI flight 1667 going to Tenerife. It's 12:36. That means that the secondary runway is going to stay open for another 25 or so minutes. What that means is that we're probably not going to see the Turkish departure here either. It's probably going to be going to the wrong runway still. Unless they're taking their time. I don't see it getting pushed back just yet, so with a little bit of luck, maybe, who knows, we are going to see it. I'm also looking at the threshold of the other runway right now to see where the Cathay Retro is at, and it is very near the runway threshold and next to line up. Lance says Cathay's old advert used to say be specific, fly Cathay Pacific, but when they dropped a Convair jet into Kowloon Bay, Hong Kongers said see the bay with CPA. Gary says the wind, cycling into the wind sucks, to which Paul says technically speaking it blows rather than sucks. You are so right, Paul, you are right. Technically speaking, you are right. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. Think Cathay should be next, unless we have cheaters on cheaters lane. Lining up on the threshold of 18 left. In the meantime, over here, Air Canada arriving, going to Montreal pretty soon, with two narrow bodies, one of them now becoming visible, rolling before it. Cathay is lining up, so I hope we'll be able to see the departure of the Cathay Retro and then maybe switch back. Maybe switch back after the Cathay to see Air Canada. I hope we'll be in time. Alright, we're waiting for the Cathay Cargo 80th anniversary retro livery to become apparent in the background. It is the 747-8 retro. We've seen it before once, I think. Mid-V, perfect timing. Here we go, showtime. Rotating. Where, oh where art thou? There. That took a while. What a gorgeous machine, eh? Hey, Turkish for runway 24 says Ari. That's good news. That means they're going to be closing 18 left a bit early. or it's still going to take a little while before it's it's still going to be a while before the Turkish is actually going to get pushed back, and by the time it's going to be leaving, it will be past 1 o'clock already. That's most likely. Right, going to Hong Kong, and what a looker it was. Happy to have seen it again. The Cathay 80 years retro. Squeak! And the little baby Koot is also over there. He says, "Quick! If you like the show, don't forget to leave a like. Quick!" Yeah, you're absolutely right, buddy. Nibble, nibble, nibble. Yum, 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 yum. Eep. 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 Hey there, Bina Bear, good to see you again. Welcome back. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. If you're still watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We are here at Kaagbaan, runway 24. At present, still one of 2 runways open for outbound traffic. That's going to change soon, around 1 o'clock. Everything will be leaving via this runway. In that power hour for the Kaagbaan, we are also going to get a couple of quad engined wide bodies. The Emirates A380 and 3747s expected between 1 and 2. This is Air Canada going to Montreal, wasn't it? No, yeah, Montreal. Retro Lux is approaching. A few minutes out. Has it been? It must have been assigned to the polderbaan then, hasn't it? E2 Embraer 195 taking off from 18 left. While it is still open, quite a few wide bodies are now pinging or are already on the move. KLM to Calgary, Delta to Minneapolis, and El Al, the Dreamliner that we saw this morning as well. After around 3 hours or so of turnaround time. Quite a few airplanes now coming this way. Now I wonder how many more airplanes are going to take off from 18 left before it's going to close down. Maybe it already closed down because there are a few airplanes to Paris and to Basel that seem to be coming this way. Oh no, the one to Basel still looks to be continuing. So that is a sign 18 left is still open. Though probably not for long. Yeah, there you go. El Al already assigned to runway 24. So imminent closure of 18 left upon us. Next question is the Retro Lux going to be landing on the center runway or is it still going to the polderbaan? Henk from Hogeveen is signing off. Thank you so much for your company and for your presence here. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. And thank you for the kind words. Whoa, big splishy splashy over there. Chris Good over there. That wasn't a predator fish catching one of the little cooties, wasn't it? Was it? For 18 right for the Polderbaan. Thank you so much for looking that up. Wow, big splash. Obviously, by the time I was looking, I couldn't see anything anymore. It can only have been a fish. But what happened there? This is KLM Flight 565 to Nairobi in Kenya. Buitenvelderbaan is going to be the secondary runway. Runway 09. Runway 27, of course. That's not 09, that's 27. Interesting. So yesterday they did use the center runway, and today they've opted to leave it closed. Beats me. So random. It's all so random. Right. SAS Flight 822 will be leaving next to Oslo, number 195. Tui to Lanzarote. Ah, that's the Fly 4 Airlines. SAS up next. Has Retrolux already landed? I'm trying to see if I can spot something over there, but I'm not able to see anything yet. Probably touched down already, didn't it? Or... oh wait, no, I do see now it is on final, but still a bit further away. Let's see if we can spot the Retrolux then. Not sure that we are able to see it from here. That must be it. Alright. Looks a bit hazy. But that is most certainly the Retrolux 747. Amsterdam is still open. Need to embrace to Stuttgart, just now took off from it. It is 9 minutes to 1, so pretty soon we are going to see the closure of 18 left. And the reopening of runway 27 for arrivals, together with the Kaagbaan. This is where we're going to lose the retro lux, but we should be able to see it here again when it will be crossing the runway, which inevitably it is going to do, since it needs to park on the south side of the runway that we are filming from. In the meantime, over there in the background, Delta to Minneapolis. In front of it, but not visible, was KLM flight 677 to Calgary as well. Ah, squeaking still audible, so at least there are a few baby coots still out there, though I cannot see them yet. I was able to hear them, or at least one of them. Padme asks if I know when the Spottersplatz is reachable again. I thought they said, well, the Spottersplatz itself is still reachable, if I understand correctly. It's just the cycling path that is now closed off. From what I heard, it was until July or so, July 17th. Wasn't there someone saying that, mentioning that in the chat recently? Think until somewhere mid-July. Pretty lengthy closure of the cycling path, but that is because they are going to have to drill into the ground and replace those sewage pipes. This is KLM flight 677 going to Calgary in Canada. A330-300. Curtis is tuning in from Missouri. Welcome to the show, mate. If you are new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It isn't mandatory to say hi, but it is always appreciated when people do say hi and tell us where they're from. If you have a question, don't be afraid to ask. If you guys are enjoying the show, a like is the way to go if you want to help the channel grow. Turkish still pinging, but not yet in the process of pushback. Delta Airlines flight 163 to Minneapolis, Minnesota will be next. A jet to Istanbul in the background. Hard to see where it's going to. I don't see the flight radar. Has that arrived here? Sure, it mustn't have. Oh dear, what a tragedy, hon. A dead woodpecker on the balcony. That must have smacked into the window then. Or something else. All the best, mate. Thanks for joining. See it right. You see that right. Blue sky once again in the background. The west is opening up, or at least over here it is. Further at the horizon it is looking a bit milky again. Once again the sun is shining. The wind is also blowing. This is looking to the north. Looking to the east. And lastly, looking to the south, where the sun is also in the sky. Hadi Gerrit, goedemiddag. Good to see you again, mate. Welcome back. Now, let's see. Transavia to Ibiza is going to be next. Okay. That is at least one of the baby goodies. Is there another one? There were 3. Right, well. Oh, come on, focus. Well, that's that's one baby coot remaining. I'm not sure. There were 3 initially. Surely they mustn't have all been. They haven't all been eaten, have they? The other 2. I did hear a big splash though. Turkish finally in pushback. Thomas also back in the chat. Good to see you. Boss, good afternoon. The plank situation, I wouldn't know because I haven't been around there since last week when I was here last time. To my knowledge, the plank is still there, but from here it's hard to see. We're waiting for KLM flight 1421 to Nantes, and all the wide bodies that you can see are coming this way. The imminent closure of 18 left. I'm not sure yet if it is open still. Well, it does look like Transavia flight 5231 is still going there. That's going to go to Palermo. Probably one of the last that is going to be taking off there. A jet also now lining up. Right, this is KLM flight 1421 to Nantes. Bro 175. Well, there's at least 2 now. 2 have been sighted. Here's one. And here is another one. Now there were 3. So we're still missing 1. I'm still not sure what that big splash was. I'm not sure if there are predator fish over here in the canal. That's 1, that's 2. Still need to find another one. Runway 27 has opened up for arrivals. We can see it over there. The departure is taking place from 18 left now. We'll have to take off from the south or have to wait for a gap if they're taking off from the runway threshold on the very north part. This looks like Iceland Air, which is interesting. If not, if this isn't landing on Polderbaan, it probably means they're doing a runway inspection over there. Simultaneously over here we have a departure, an Embraer 190, German Airways flying on behalf of KLM, flight 1285 to Aalborg. Hadi Dennis, goedemiddag, good to see ya. Klaartje, goedemiddag, good to see you again. So there were 3 initially, I just now only saw 2. Squeak, squeak! There's number 2. Don't know where number 3 is. Oh, also over there somewhere. Out of sight, but still around. Lance is leaving. See you again, mate. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully see you again soon. W says that the A380 is in Dutch airspace and is going to be going to runway 27, so we should be able to see that quite nicely from over here. Thanks for the heads up. Next up, KLM flight 641 to New York, JFK 777-200. The PHBQI Bravo Quebec, India, 21 years old, first flight November 2004. The Turkish A330 also has begun to move. I'm looking in the water here to see if I can spot a third little coot, but no luck yet. Retro Lux has arrived on the scene, ladies and gentlemen. There she is. This is KLM flight 603 to LAX 78710. Cargolux will have to cross the runway at some point. The question is, when will it do that? Doesn't look like it's going to be happening right away. KLM flight 955 to Newcastle. Lined up on the threshold next to take off. Sarah has to leave, unfortunately. Thanks for joining us, Sarah. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Hopefully see you again next week. Now, 955 doesn't seem to be moving, nor does the Retrolux. Which one is going to move first? Is the question then. Nothing is happening. Everybody is waiting. Come on, ATC, give somebody clearance. Alright, there we go. KLM flight 955 to Newcastle, now airborne. Embraer 190, BA to London Heathrow next after that. Still not moving. Next up, BA flight 429 to London Heathrow. Nice combo shot with another arriving 777 from China. Next after BA, wide bodies here. So is Retrolux going to be heading forward? Not yet. Having taken off from runway 22, going to Budapest. VistaJet Germany. This is an Embraer Legacy 650E. Yeah, Retrolux isn't moving. Three wide bodies at around the threshold of 24. Lined up already, say KLM flight 705 to Rio de Janeiro. Al flight 338 to Tel Aviv, also over there, as is the Turkish A330. And Retrolux will have to wait by the looks of it. Is KLM flight 705 already on the move? Because Retrolux certainly isn't. It's not moving an inch. Yep. KLM flight 705 to Rio de Janeiro. Up next, Rio de Janeiro in Latin America. Hey, that's good news. Thank you, Base Snyder. A350 Cathay is also moving. That's nice. Kaagbaan Retro is still holding short, waiting for the next departures to have cleared the runway. Turkish already on the move. Turkish flight 6412, Turkish cargo to Istanbul, Turkey. A330-200. This is the TCJDR. 13 years old, first flight August 2012. Double chin. Oh, you bastards! Kaagbaan crossing the runway right as we're not looking. Annoying. Annoying. Is it coming this way or is it going to be going to the left? It's going to the left, isn't it? Ah, no. Such a shame. Sneaky bastards. Alright, well, El Al will be leaving for Tel Aviv next. Flight 338. We saw it arrive this morning and now we are going to get to see it leave again. Full circle. That's nice. Thanks for the heads up. Navy, who is informing us that the A380 is expected in 3 minutes from now. Thanks for the heads up. Means I'll be going on the lookout for it after this departure. Emirates is on final now to runway 27. On paper, we ought to be able to see it quite well in advance. I don't think maybe from here just yet, but it won't be long. With the right circumstances, we ought... Oh, wait, no. Am I seeing it already? Surely not. That's not it, is it? No, that's not it. That's an airplane. That's a Transavia by the looks of it before it. Where's that? Oh wait, I don't see it. I only see the Emirates A380 because I have that filter enabled. Let's see. Somewhere over there ought to be an Emirates A380. The milky backdrop over there doesn't help in providing a contrasty background against which you can see the big airplane more easily. I'm also not exactly sure where I need to look. I'm just scanning above that building that the camera is now pointed to, because somewhere over there it ought to become visible at some point. Question is where exactly and when. Let's see, it's now over Amsterdam southeast. Should be within visual range. Oh yeah, I think I have it. Not very contrasty as I thought. There it is, yeah. Got a visual on the A380, there it is. Emirates Flight 147 arriving from Dubai International. 6 hours and 38 minutes on the way, and that tells me they must have been flying the regular route again, more or less, because 8 minutes on 6.5 hours. That is quite nice. That is quite nice. Emirates Flight 147, this is the Alpha 6 Echo Echo Juliet. 13 years old, first flight April 2013. Descending through 1100 feet as we speak, according to flight radar. Still the standard livery. Landing here on runway 27 in a moment. Had I known the runway use today and yesterday beforehand, I would have gone to the McDonald's today and would have gone to the Kaagbaan yesterday. I'm doing it exactly the other way around, but at least here traffic is still continuing. Unlike at the McDonald's yesterday. Last few meters before touching down on runway 27 near the McDonald's. Oh, nice combo shot. Boom. Right, the behemoth from the east has landed. Hey Gurdeeps, good afternoon mate, welcome back. Lined up right now is Sun Express, which is going to go to COV COVID. Oh, Mersin. Makes sense. COV Mersin. Not a single letter of not a single letter of COV in the name Mersin, but that's okay. After that, wide bodies again, including the A350-1000. BizJet having taken off from runway 22 just now. The Singapore A350 to Hong Kong. Already it's still visible over there. The rest of the body should become visible over there in a moment from now. The KLM that you see over there is a 777-300 to Panama City. And Thai Characters is tuning in from Thailand, where the local time is 6:20 p.m. Welcome to the show, mate. Sun Express to Mersin. Oh Lord, Mersin. Bird controller K1 is now the bird controller on duty over here, by the looks of it. The new Ranger Raptor and the old VW now having become K5 with a very cheap solution. Just place a new sticker over the one, a blue 5, even though the rest is in black. The license plate of the K5, the current K5 VW pickup truck, still says K1. Next up is going to be KLM flight 757 to Panama City, 777-300. Kevo is back. Did he miss any go-arounds, he wonders? No, you have not missed much in that respect. No go-arounds we've seen. KLM flight 757 777-300. It is 11 years old. This is the PHBVN Bravo Victor November. Its first flight was in February 2015. Next up, Cathay Pacific A350-1000 to Hong Kong, flight 270. There it is. Relative high humidity by the looks of it. Inlet condensation in the engines. Pretty high up in the sky already. Alright. In the meantime, an Atlas Air 747 has landed, arriving from Miami. Weren't there two with or more or less the same estimated times of arrival? Oh yeah, and the other one is now flying downwind to the north. FJWH asks, what is the main limiting factor for that most of your live streams are about 4 hours? Batteries, boredom, more stuff to do, etc. Curious. Combination, fatigue, boredom, empty stomach, full bladder. Why should I stream more if most interesting stuff is already going on, has already happened? Right now, views are already plummeting. The A380 has landed. That's a pattern you always see. Viewers aren't increasing. In fact, it's only ever since the NATO summit last year, the channel has been ground to a halt. Nothing is increasing anymore, so it's also a lack of motivation. Lack of stuff going on. Right now, after the A380 has landed, it's going to be narrow bodies for the most part for hours on end. Not interesting for me, not interesting for you either. Now, let's see what else is coming this way. Let M Going to Sao Paulo. KLM before it, also going back to Sao Paulo. That's nice. 2 flights back to back. I wonder if they'll be flying the same route. That would be interesting. Let's see, 3 narrow bodies that are going to be taking off before the wide bodies will, because of wake turbulence. This is KLM flight 1271 to Copenhagen, 737-900. Alvin says narrowbodies are still, for me at least, fun to watch in person, but maybe less so on a stream. Well, the numbers don't lie, Alvin. The numbers don't lie. The numbers tell me that this is not a very interesting airport. Schiphol is never going to compete with London, with LA, with Frankfurt. It's a B to C tier airport. And in addition to that, competition is very stiff these days. Every airport around the world has multiple live streams these days. So I think that the market is also becoming very satiated. Is indicating that there's a China Southern A350 special livery 139. Is that inbound or outbound, Wolfgang? Is that the gender reveal livery by any chance? Because lately that's the one we've seen quite regularly over here. Alright, I think this is going to... Well, no, there's another Embraer 175 to Manchester now. Yeah, no, it does look like after this E2 Embraer has taken off, we're going to get the two wide bodies to Sao Paulo. Outbound 15th National Games. That should be coming this way then. 139 you say, eh? Is it pinging already? Don't see it yet. This is KLM flight 7901 going to Sao Paulo, 777-300 Atlas 747 that landed just now is on its way over here. We might get a glimpse of it crossing the runway shortly. Let's see, there were 2 arriving, and the other one arriving from Miami is about to touch down as we speak. Yeah, that has already vanished behind the highway. Not able to see that from here, but we should be able to see it in a moment if it is taxiing. Hey Gilberto, ciao, good to see you, mate. LATAM up next. LATAM Airways also going to Sao Paulo, just like the KLM did before it. 7879 Dreamliner, 8 years old. This is the Charlie Bravo Golf Zulu. Alrighty. Hey, Napa Flaps is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Now, I think I see that Chinese A350. Oh yeah, the 15th National Games, or as we call it over here, the gender reveal. Part blue, part pink. I'm still counting only 2 little coots. There were 3 here earlier, then again, maybe... Oh no, they're all together again. They're complete, yes. Oh, that is... I am very relieved to see this. I heard a big splash and I was fearing it might have been a predator fish taking out one of these 3 little cuties. Well, they're cute now until they start stomping on nests and start getting territorial when they get older, but now they're cute still. Ah, that's a relief. That is a big relief, honestly. I was a bit afraid. I'm not sure if there are predator fish over here in the canal. We did see a lot of carp here the other day. That's a sigh of relief. That's an honest sigh of relief. Seeing one baby duck getting caught by a heron last year was more than enough nature that I want to see in a lifetime. Right, looking in the west-southwest, it's opening up again. It's a mixed bag with respect to the weather today. Temperature has been consistently good. The wind has been progressively increasing. I see that the white 747, it's an all-white one, has arrived on the scene over here. We'll see that in a moment. Now looking to the east, we can see the cloudiness that was obscuring the sun here earlier. Looking to the south, once again, you can see the sun is more or less trying to work its way through the clouds. It's not always successful. When it does succeed, it is pretty warm over here, despite the wind, I'll tell you. White 747, one of 2 that arrived from Miami, landed on the Polderbaan not too long ago. These will cross the runway pretty soon. Hopefully this time we'll be in time to see it. We missed it on the Retrolux. That's the risk of following airplanes while they're taking off over here, when you're still following them and you're back is directed to the airplanes, that's usually when they get the green light to be going. Hey Ronald, goedemiddag, good to see you. Dark Laguna, good afternoon. Right. The squeaking you're hearing are 3 little baby coots still alive and kicking. What's this? Oh, that's DTM, the Deutsche Tourwagenmeisterschaft Emperor 190, German Airways special livery, flying on behalf of KLM to... Missed it. It's out of my window already, the label. Hey, WestJet is also going to be taking off in a moment. Oh no, bastards. Right, third time's a charm. There is another 747 that landed here on Polderbaan not too long ago that should still be doing the same as this one just now did, crossing the runway. Music T says, wow, somebody donated a membership like 2 days ago. Huge thanks, you're welcome. Make sure to use custom emojis if you are the recipient of a gifted membership. Quite a few have been given today, and it was Captain Jerry who made a great suggestion earlier today that people who receive a gifted membership from now on should use the custom emoji at least in saying thanks, as a way of saying thanks to the gifter. I concur. I think that's a nice way of saying thanks. Use those custom emojis. There are 34. That goes for all members. They don't come out of the budget. You can use them how often you want. As often as you want. My English is starting to fail. That's also a good sign that you should end a stream pretty soon if your English is starting to get progressively worse, despite trying to drink enough vodka. Right. Well, it's an all-white 747. In a way, the most boring variation that there is. Of course, 747s are never a bore, but comparatively speaking, WestJet to Halifax. Right, the next 747 is not too far out. Should be over there somewhere. Don't think we can see its tail just yet, but we will soon enough. Now, let's see. The Chinese A350 coming this way. Looking forward to seeing it from this angle. We've seen it taking off once, relatively close by. That was when me and John Dorsek and Lorenzo were standing alongside the cycling path near 18 left. push back with Chinese triple. Right there. Air Canada flight 809 to Toronto is lining up right now. The sun is shining more and more. I am going to preventively put up the umbrella again over the laptop tent, just so it gets a bit more shade than it would otherwise get. Just going to lower it a little while the wind is going to, yeah, the wind is going to blow it up again. Let's see if I can hook it into a cable. Yeah, that does work. Street smarts is what you need, or improvising skills. Got a nice little cable hooking. Oh no, no. Well, it was worth it. Worth a try. This morning the wind wasn't blowing as hard. Yesterday I had Lewis' umbrella with me. That was a great gift from him. Now I'm putting it under the camping table. No, I'll show you in a minute. I've got the umbrella handle now locked in, or between the table and the power supply. Next up will be the gender reveal special livery A350. Yeah, you cannot see it right now, but the handle is secured between the power supply and the camping table, so that's not going to move an inch. And it is still partially keeping the sun out. Let me twist that a little bit, like so. Yeah, that should be working pretty decently. For the remainder of the stream, of course, that will do. National! Now also having been pushed back, or what? Right, the gender reveal livery, here it is. Have a look. Absolutely lovely. Intricate details, I love it. That may well be a nice thumbnail for today's show. Now, National is also alive again, and so too is the next 747. It should become visible from over there any moment now. We'll see it soon enough. What's up with National? Because it's not pinging on flight radar. I'm not seeing it. Begs the question. What are they going to do with it? Okay. It is on Michael's flight radar. Must be having a different origin or destination than Amsterdam. If it still says NA, That probably explains why I'm not able to see it, because I have Amsterdam inbound, outbound now filtered, enabled, and 747s, etc. Yeah, it's pinging NA, that's why. It's because that's why. National is leaving via runway 24, says Yellard. What time is it going to be leaving? That would be a nice last airplane for today, wouldn't it? Let me disable all filters so that I can also see the machine on flight radar. And there it is. Question mark to question mark. Yeah. That happens often with National, doesn't it? Not sure why it does, but it often doesn't seem to be pinging or anything. Fact is that they've pushed it back now, nose pointing in our direction. That means it will have to cross the runway first, then go back on the other side, on the left hand side. Because I am not going to I'm not seeing that National 747 making a 180 over there. It's already begun to move, so it's probably going to cross the runway right in front of the 777 that is now pushed back. But is it going to be leaving? It is, right? Car spotter says Strata tanker should be passing overhead. Where's it coming from? Where is it now? Where do I need to look? What's its direction? If you guys want me to spot stuff going by overhead, I need a bit more information from you guys. BizJet, in the meantime, taking off. Runway 22. 22. Supertracks tuning in from Germany. Herzlich willkommen. Schönen Sonntag. Kaagbaan 747 coming this way. There it is. There's the tail. This is Kaagbaan 81 Tango, arriving from Miami. This time we're going to be in time. Cue the music. Jesus. We've had to wait long for it, but here we go. Here's your fix. Finally. Hey, Peter is also back in the chat. I thought you went for a bike ride. Huh? Did you have your bike ride already? How was it? National Like I said, it needed, the way it was oriented with its nose in our direction, I knew they would have to go across the runway first to go back to the threshold of runway 24. So nice little prelude, a sort of entree before the main course, which will follow shortly. And we need an EDM remix of that music, says Wolfgang. Well, if you feel up to it, you're more than welcome to make a remix out of it and share it. This is KLM flight 735 to Willemstad, Curaçao, 78710, Delta Airlines flight 75, up next to Atlanta, Georgia. Is this now also going to be crossing the runway? It's looking like it. It's looking like it, or no, stop moving. Right, so they're going to be making a pass for it after Delta Airlines flight 75. So, National will be leaving in a moment. The Chinese triple to Shanghai has also begun to move. Ah, that's why. Of course, that's why. Well, no, that's not why. I thought that's why the National was turned with its nose in our direction, but could have also been pushed back in the other direction, and they would have been able to taxi to the threshold back to back. So, still don't know why they did what they did, but it was nice that they did it. Behind me to see if Cargolux has begun to move yet, but it hasn't. It's still standing there, which is interesting. Ah, only a small lap. Lots of works on the roads. It's just like Schiphol. Alright, movement. Cargolux has begun to move. I think this is it. The moment you've been waiting for. Guitar in the background landing. National has arrived. Quite a few wide bodies are arriving over there. National, the Chinese triple, KLM triple. Right, exciting times. That's BA flight 433 to London Heathrow, which probably will be number 2 to take off after KLM flight 1565, which is already lined up and should be leaving for SCQ, aka Santiago de Compostela. There it is already. It's number 175, airborne already. Really need to zoom in with digital zoom to see it decently. More heatwave distortion as well. Well, as long as the heatwave isn't distorting my internet connection to you guys, like last week. 1465 to Santiago de Compostela. Two narrow bodies will be leaving before the wide bodies will. Cargo Lux also turning into its parking. Hey, and that's a new destination for KLM's area. I didn't know. Hey, you're welcome, Davey. I'm happy to oblige, give you good tunes to be listening to. AMS Live Radio. And the duckies are also still accounted for, the little ducklings, while the not so little ducklings, Daisy and her two ducklings, which we also saw earlier in the stream, and yeah, so I don't know what the splish splash was from, but it looks like all the young ones that we have seen in today's show are still accounted for, and none of them have gone MIA, which is nice. Live to fight another day. That's BA. I think this is going to be the last narrow body before it's going to be back to the wide bodies. Wonder which will be first to leave, if it's the Chinese triple that we are not seeing but is also over there, or if it is the 747. Don't see national moving yet, so oh yeah, I can see movement on flight radar. It's the triple first, the triple to Shanghai. China Cargo Airlines Flight 210 up next, going to Shanghai in China, a 777 freighter. And the tail you see in the background is belonging to a national 747 going to NA. It's none of your business. We also have a KLM 777 right behind the national 747. I think after this triplet of wide bodies has taken off, I am going to wrap up, ladies and gentlemen. National up next. National 747 going to NA from NA. And after that, KLM Flight 651 to Chicago, no, Washington. Washington. Oh, it's light. Check it out. Already in the air. Belly shut incoming of the national. Jesus, that's light. Lightweight, baby. Look at the smile. like the Cargolux smile. Lovely. Lovely machine. And the penultimate airplane of today's show. The last airplane up next, KLM flight 651 going to Washington. 777-200. I am going to go ahead and start thanking all of you already for a great time I had here. At least I enjoyed myself. I hope you guys did too. If you guys enjoyed the show and you haven't done so already, consider adding a like if you want to help this channel grow. A massive, 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 massive big thanks to all the generous people who gifted memberships today. There was a membership spree almost unlike any other. Another record number of gifted memberships. I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership today will or has already said thank you to the gifter. Use those custom emojis. Big thanks to everybody for your support. The gifted memberships, the super chats, the super stickers, people who renewed their memberships themselves, because that's also something you can still do. Become a member on your own. Mods, thank you all of you who were present today for keeping the stream friendly and accessible once more. Without you guys, the channel wouldn't be what it is and what it has become. Thank you so much for your presence. Hopefully we'll see each other again next week. Weather permitting, should be out again, though maybe not on Saturday. For now, I'm going to say thanks for stopping by. Enjoy the rest of your day. Stay safe and warm, and I'll see you in the next one. Take care and bye for now, guys.